Welcome to our Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education meeting. We will now call our meeting to order. And we have here Christina Park from CAMS. Christina, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Christina. We'll get to hear from you a little bit later, but welcome. So we welcome those who are here for the purposes of addressing the board at the proper time and in the order of their request. If you wish to speak during the meeting, please fill out a form indicating your name on the agenda and the item that you wish to address. You may also make a request to give testimony on an item not listed for today's discussion. However, full discussion on any items not listed on the agenda will have to be delayed until such a time as the item can be publicly posted in advance as a regular agenda item. If you wish to ask questions, please address them to the chair and not to the individual members of the board or staff. And just a note, everyone has been provided instructions that they have 3 minutes for public comment and to please keep their masks on, so I won't repeat those tonight. Everyone providing public comment has been provided those instructions. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's closed session agenda. In closed session today, the board voted to approve the dismissal of employee number 00675598, a probationary classified school safety officer. The vote was unanimous with all 5 members of the board voting to approve in a roll call vote. Public hearing, we have none. Call for agenda items for separate action and adoption of the agenda as posted. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? And we will do a roll call vote. Let's start with Mr. Miller. How do
Aye.
you vote? Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0. Approval of the minutes.
Move approval.
Second?
Do a roll call vote. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Thank you. And now we have, as I've already introduced, our esteemed student board member, Christina Park. Love to share a few words, Christina.
So, hi, my name is Christina Park, and I represent CAMS as their ASB president. So, first of all, I am so thankful to be speaking to you all in person. I know it was kind of like a really weird year last year, but I'm happy to be here in person. So, to start off, we kicked off our school year with our freshman orientation in person, thankfully, and we were able to also host an additional orientation for our sophomores. And back on campus, we're excited to say that our sports teams have actually begun practicing diligently and have already started playing in the tournaments. Other club activities have started as well. ASB hosted our annual club rush, and I'm extremely proud to say that CAMS has over 80 clubs and interest groups on campus. ASB is also looking forward to hosting campus-wide events such as Fall Games, Red Ribbon Week, Fall Spirit Week, and Taste of CAMS. So on the topic of Taste of CAMS, for those of you who do not know, Taste of CAMS is our annual showcase with performances, food, silent auctions, and tours for incoming students. And this year, Taste of CAMS will be on Friday, October 22nd, starting from 5:30 to 9 p.m. So on behalf of our CAMS community, I'd like to extend an invitation to all members present and those who are interested. We'd love to see you all there. ASB, PTSO, and our clubs have been working really hard to prepare for this, so please look forward to it. As for students' return on campus, our ASB and staff had made sure to accommodate for a smooth transition back. Our freshmen and sophomore have become well adjusted with the help of our Link Crew program, and our juniors and seniors have been well adjusted with the help of our newly hired college and career counseling team. So college preparations for seniors have been going swimmingly with counselors visiting our classes and helping us book appointments to kind of like look over essays and things like that. Additionally, with our new wellness center, which focuses on student mental health, students are able to stop by and de-stress, so that's also really nice. Overall, I'm happy to say that students are excited to be back on campus and are eager to learn. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christina. So tradition on our board is that you share with us your plans after graduation.
I hope to go to college in New York, so Barnard in New York, the all-women's college. I hope to study political science there, and I hope to be a lawyer.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts from our colleagues here? Christina, wonderful job. Thanks for being here. It's always a special moment when our students are here. Thank you. Let's move into communications. So we have Teacher of the Year, Dr. Baker.
Great. Well, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing a special part of our communications tonight in the introduction of our Teacher of the Year, Sarah Scholl. And there's a video that will start in just a moment.
My name is Sarah Scholl. I'm an English teacher. I'm a co-chair of the English department here at Long Beach Polytechnic High School, and I'm a coordinator for the Female Leadership Academy here. LBUSD looks for Teacher of the Year each year, and their requirements include having taught for LBUSD for 8 years. And though I've worked for LBUSD for over 20 years, I've only taught for, this is my 9th year. It's a very thorough application, which I think is really important and it's really meaningful. So it was actually a really good process for self-reflection as well, as I look at what drives me and what practices I have and what practices that I either have changed or maybe need to change. You can't limit it to Poly. There are so many really powerfully strong, great educators in our district, and so I kind of look around at some of my peers, certainly within my English department and within my pathway, and to think that I'm being recognized that way when I see people who work every bit as hard as I do, who are every bit as innovative and dedicated, it's humbling. Knowing that students feel safe and secure, that they can turn to you, that they can ask for help. Knowing that I have students who are at some of the top universities in the nation and they reach out and they still ask me to review their papers or give them insight. And the fact that you've made that impression upon them and that they also know that you're always going to be a safe resource for them, that's incredibly meaningful.
All right, I'd like to say thank you to Chris Itzen and Multimedia Services for that wonderful celebration of Sarah. And I'd like to welcome you to the microphone, thank you, and introduce to the board Ryan Ung, who's our Teacher Development Coordinator, and he's going to say a few words.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board, Board President Dr. Benitez, Superintendent Dr. Baker, and executive staff. My name is Ryan Ung. I am a program specialist with the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development, but this year's Teacher of the Year Coordinator. We're here this evening just to recognize and celebrate Sarah for her great accomplishment of being named our 2022 Long Beach Unified School District Teacher of the Year winner. Now, as Sarah explained, she had to go through an extensive process in order to be named our Teacher of the Year. What she mentioned is that she had to go and submit multiple essays that highlight her dedication, her compelling classroom practices, her professional affiliations, as well as her continuous commitment to the students, the parents, the staff, and the entire community. Now, when you're named Teacher of the Year, you're named by your colleagues. After the submission of the application, there's a colleague composed of previous Teacher of the Year winners who score, review, and ultimately named Sarah as our winner. After that accomplishment, she moves on to the Los Angeles County Teacher of the Year competition. And the Los Angeles County Teacher of the Year competition is the largest of its kind in our state, and the oldest and most esteemed recognition of teaching excellence. So I get the pleasure of announcing Sarah Scholl as our 2022 Teacher of the Year winner, but I have something to present to her as a display that we're going to display at the board building, just to show how much we truly appreciate your amazing dedication and how you always thrive in challenging times. It's just a constant reminder that I feel for all educators to show the impact that they can make each and every day to all of our students. So I want to present this to you, but I have to take it back because I have to publicly display it, okay? So here's the canvas portrait that will be displayed, and it'll be a constant reminder for everyone who steps in the board building of what an amazing teacher can do. So.
I'm posing for photos.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
We're gonna put that out.
Shall I give it back?
We can take it out here because I want to display it.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, I would just like to briefly thank all of you for your work. I am a product of Long Beach Unified School District. I attended 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and Polytechnic High School. And I can't say that I would have ended up becoming a teacher had it not been for my experiences with my teachers and school staff and counselors and secretaries who helped me every step of what I would call a pretty typical adolescent development. So I just want to thank you all.
Sarah, congratulations on behalf of our entire board and district. I think you represent the best of what we strive to be. You not only make our district proud, but I think you make educators across our great nation proud and really highlighting and demonstrating the impact that teachers have every single day for every student. And I'm a firm believer that teachers change the world, and you being a product of this district are a beautiful example of that. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Man.
I know my colleagues have a few words that they want to share as well, Sarah. So bear with us here. We all want to congratulate you.
So congratulations. And when I saw your face on the front of the website, I said, of course she is the Teacher of the Year. So on a personal note, thank you for being one of the most impactful teachers that my daughter ever had. So much so that she TA'd for you, 2 years, I believe, after she had you. And as a proud English major in her senior year of college, she continues to talk about the impact that you have had on her. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll wait till.
Sorry, Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Yep, I just wanted to echo those sentiments. As Juan said earlier, and teachers are truly the backbone of this district, as you guys have a one-to-one interface with our young people every day, and you all are tasked with the task that we also have in regards to providing an education to our young people. So as you are, I would consider someone on the front lines. I just wanted to thank you personally for your great work, and obviously appreciate you. So thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Otto?
Yeah, congratulations. It's what an honor to be recognized as the Teacher of the Year in this incredible school district. And the fact that you're a product of the district, you know from your own life experiences and now in all the time you've been a teacher that the wonderful work that you do can transform people's lives. And it's nice to be able to honor you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Craighead?
I would just like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and join in congratulating you. And we are so happy that you have chosen to be one of our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, once
Thank
again.
you all very much.
Dr. Camarino?
You know, I never like to speak on the microphone or say anything, but I wanted to say thank you. I want to echo what Ms. Kerr mentioned too, as being an influence to my daughter who just graduated last year, and you were one of her biggest influences. And thank you for helping her with her college applications and reviewing her applicant. Thank you so much. I haven't even read those yet either, so thank you.
They were very well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah,
Thank
once
you.
again. So in my excitement to get to our student board member, I think I skipped approval of our minutes. Is that correct? Okay, so let's go back to item 11. My apologies there, colleagues.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so minutes pass 5-0. Sorry about that, Leticia.
Under communications, we also do have a short feature about a student from Sato High School.
Hi, I'm Diego Ortega Salazar. I attend Millikan High School and I am part of the SEGA pathway. I went to Edison Elementary School. After that, I went to Washington Middle School, and here I am now, Millikan High School. Being a student at Long Beach Unified has really made an impact in my life. I've made plenty of friends. I've done many things like to make my family proud and make myself proud. I've been a straight A student since middle school. Before middle school, I wasn't really a good kid. I didn't do any of my homework and whatnot, but I wanted to change that because my family really didn't like that. Now I study for every test, I do all my homework, and I listen in class. After I graduate from Millikan, I am gonna go to college. Not sure which one, but I'm gonna go study computer science. I'm gonna study computer science and maybe become a game developer or software developer, and yeah.
I think we got to refer them to our research team. Thank you for that, Dr. Baker. Let me move on to public testimony on items listed on the agenda. Thank you, Leticia, for the cards. We have our first speaker. Speaker number 1, James, is Tonya Uranga. Three for items on the agenda. Perfect. Thank you, James. Okay, so speaker number 2. James, we can come back to Tonya if she's not there. We can move on to our second speaker. If we want to move on to our second speaker. Hi, Tonya. Come on up.
Tonya Reyes Uranga. I want to comment on a resolution of the board to have LBUSD designate general counsel as senior management. It's difficult to comment on an item that has not been heard, and your new agendas provide less transparency. It says that this item will offset the cost of legal counsel and provide superintendent and another administrator and a growing number of administrators who report directly to her. I understand the need for good, consistent legal counsel, especially given the uncertainty of how our students and staff will adjust to re-entry into the world after the isolation of the pandemic. In the recent Millikan shooting, the driver of the car and his brother have legal counsel. Mona, the young lady who suffered a gunshot wound to the car, was taken off life support this morning. Her family has an attorney. Even her 5-month-old baby has a lawyer. And given the length of the closed session, the district has a lot of attorneys. My concern is for the students. Who's representing them? On the day of the shooting, which occurred outside and after school, the street was filled with students, some waiting for buses, rides, or just walking home. They witnessed a fight break out, a shooting. Those that didn't run away had to stay and give eyewitness reports to the police. My son was picking up a student whose working mother wasn't able to, yet she was not released until she gave her statement. The incident occurred around 3:45, yet no parents were notified and no students were able to leave until the police took their statements. Yes, they bought hamburgers and offered rides home in the police cars, but for the most part, students didn't get home until after 10. Most parents never received a call and still have not received a call, even though they waited till 10:15 at night while their children were questioned and asked to transfer videos and other information for their private cell phones, mostly owned by their parents, yet without the parents' notification or consent. One student, a 17-year-old young lady, a special ed student who has the comprehension of an 11 and 12-year-old, is still traumatized, is now afraid of anyone in a uniform, especially after being questioned by men in uniform and seeing a woman being shot by one. Afraid to once more stand alone at a bus stop, afraid to go to school. So where's their representation? It's you, the school board. As a former council member, I held the hands of mothers who lost children as a result of violence in and around schools. I visited hospitals. I went to funerals of young people from LBUSD while board members and the superintendent insisted that anything happening outside the school was not their concern. Well, your well thought out written statements go unread by those just trying to get by. But now it's your turn to step up. You can no longer say it happened outside the fences of our school. So it's not our jurisdiction. This lands right on your lap. But more importantly, you represent these students and families. Now it's your turn to hold someone's hand, give parents a hug, and reassure our students that our schools are still safe. I really hope that they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonya. So our next speaker is Lilia Ocampo. Buenas tardes, Lilia.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lilia Ocampo y tengo 2 estudiantes en la Washington Middle School. Soy vicepresidente de DILAC y de CAC y miembro del grupo Education Connection. Es un grupo de organizaciones y padres. Y estoy aquí para para hablar sobre el número 16.3 de la agenda de hoy.
Good afternoon. My name is Lilia Ocampo. I am the mother of 2 at Washington Middle School. I'm also the vice president of DLAC, and I am part of the CAC and also Education Connect, a group of organizations and parents. I am here to talk about item 16.3.
Y me gustaría que los fondos que se están recibiendo para lo del COVID se utilizaran para ayudar a los aprendices del inglés de largo término, para apoyar a los maestros que tienen más de 30 estudiantes y que además tienen estudiantes con IEPs. Y esos estudiantes de IEPs, por supuesto que también son aprendices del inglés y que no se les dan, como ya están recibiendo servicios de RSP, no se les da tutoría.
I would like to go ahead and request that the funds from COVID is used for the English language learners on a long-term plan. I also want them to support teachers, some of who have 30 plus students. Some of those students have IEPs and are also English language learners. And because they have an IEP and are already receiving RSP,
por esa misma razón no se les quiere dar tutoría, entonces muchas veces su mismo, sorry, se me olvidó. No pueden accesar a los servicios por sus diagnósticos también, dependiendo del tipo de diagnóstico que tienen, por ejemplo, ADHD, ¿verdad? Que afecta el cerebro ejecutivo. Entonces, esa es la razón por la que muchas veces tampoco una hora de RSP no es suficiente y les ayudaría mucho que incluyeran tutoría para ayudarles a salir adelante, ya que muchos de ellos que están ahora en 6º grado están leyendo en un nivel de 2º grado, entonces eso no es justo, ¿verdad? Eso está
And because they have the RSP services, they do not get tutoring. And that is why they are not having access to their service because of their diagnosis. For example, some of them have ADHD, and that has to deal with the executive functioning. And RSP sometimes is not enough, and they also need tutoring so that they can move forward because some of these sixth graders are reading at a second grade level.
So, según las estadísticas, 47% de estudiantes aprendices del inglés tienen una IEP. Entonces, creo es una cifra muy alta y en realidad eso les impide a los estudiantes ser estudiantes con éxito, ¿verdad? Se atraviesa es una barrera para lograr su éxito escolar, para llegar al colegio y tener una vida digamos, exitosa. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
And according to some statistics, 47% of the students with IEPs are also English language learners. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. 47% of English language learners also have an IEP. And I think that is a really high number. And I think this is why the reason students are not being successful, and it's very important that they go ahead and go off to college and eliminate those barriers so that they can be a successful person.
Thank you, Lilia. Dr. Baker, I know that we have a report on our Learning Acceleration Support Plan in addition to having a presentation on tutoring. Is this something that we could follow up with and look into? Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it David Witt?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you. I guess I'm good to go.
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm here to talk about the financial reports. Just want to let you know my impression is that they're inadequate. I see financial report A that mentions many different warrants that are issued, and yet it doesn't explain how much are the warrants or what the warrants are issued for. That may be how things have always been done. I'm unaware. I've just recently become more interested in the school district's policies. But I recommend that you don't approve those warrants. I recommend you think a little more carefully about how you report out the finances. And really, that's all I have to say. So please don't approve those warrants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. And just a point of clarification, Mr. Witt, the full detailed financials are available. They're a matter of public record, so you're always welcome to follow up with us to get the more detailed reports.
That's wonderful for you to say that. I really appreciate it. I don't believe it should be the responsibility of myself to file a Freedom of Information Act request and pay lots of money to figure out what the warrants are for. So I'd like to recommend you focus on how the information is put out, say who the money is paid to, what the money is paid for in your report. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Letitia, was that our last? Okay. Good afternoon. Is it Maisha McCoy?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Maisha McCoy, and the reason why I'm here is to talk about the tutoring agenda. I have 2 kids that goes to Milliken High School who has learning disabilities. I have requested for tutoring services since my 18-year-old was in the 9th grade. He has not made no progress at all academically. My children told the counselor and I that during the pandemic they needed to be in-person learning because online they wasn't going to be able to survive, and they was denied that. Actually, they was withdrawn from school, and I did not know it. So when I had my IEP meeting recently again, I asked for tutoring again, and I did not receive it, nor is it on my IEP, so I did not agree. I contacted Dr. Gill's office, I spoke with Mr. Cruz, and asked for a meeting with the superintendent so that I can be able to address the issue issues of negligence that my children has been receiving from Milliken.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. I'm sure that our executive staff is all here. Someone's going to be following up with you on that matter.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ja- James? Start off with 30. James, so we're going to move on to non-agenda items. We're at number 1, Guillermo Cruz. And James, do I need to call the names out, or do you know just one after the other? Okay, perfect. Hi, is it Guillermina?
Sí.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Welcome.
¿Ya? ¿Empiezo? Sí, ok. Buenas tardes, superintendentes y miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Guillermina Cruz. Represento la red de Padres en Acción de Latinos in Action. Tengo 2 estudiantes en Poli y estoy aquí porque estoy muy indignada por la decisión tan mala que hizo la policía del distrito.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and board members. My name is Guillermina Cruz, and I am a representative for Parents and Latinos in Action. And I am here, I have 2 students in Poly, and I am here because I am really upset with the decision that was made for the security officers from the district.
Y yo les pido que retiren a estos policías y ustedes empiecen a invertir en programas positivos que intervención y prevención para los estudiantes.
I ask that you take away these security officers and then you invest in intervention programs for these students.
¿Cómo se usará la justicia restaurativa en donde se está invirtiendo millones de dólares este año?
How is restorative justice going to be used and how is the millions of dollars going to be invested?
Los estudiantes están en un edificio educativo, no están en cárceles que los tienen que estar con este tipo de seguridad.
The students are in educative buildings and they're not in jails where they need this type of security.
Necesitan más y más apoyo, pero no hay acceso a apoyo de salud mental dentro de la escuela.
They need more and more support but don't have access to mental health services in the school.
Aunque hay grupos que los provee fuera de la escuela, ese apoyo tiene que existir también en el plantel de la escuela.
Although there's outside providers, that support should be addressed inside the school.
Les pido a cada uno de ustedes que analicen y decidan las mejores opciones para los estudiantes.
I ask each of one of you to analyze and decide the best option for the students.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guillermina. And just to note, although we can't have a discussion on items that are not listed on the agenda, we are listening. Your words are being heard, and we thank you for coming in and making public comment. And that applies to everyone that's making public comment tonight on items not on the agenda. Even though we can't have a discussion, your words are guiding our decisions as a board. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again, Lilia.
Tengo 2 estudiantes en la... Traje el papel equivocado. Ok.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lidia Ocampo. I have 2 students. Sorry, I brought the wrong paper.
La razón por la que estoy aquí es por el evento que sucedió la semana pasada, en el que un guardia de seguridad disparó sobre una madre que iba en un carro y le dispararon, y consecuencia de eso ella murió. Entonces,
The reason why I'm here today is for the event that happened last week where a campus security officer shot a mother in a car.
Mona, así le decían cariñosamente, yo la conocí cuando era más pequeña, no la conocía de grande. Cuando era estudiante de la escuela Edison, era mi vecina, vivía enfrente de mi casa, y me duele enormemente que haya tenido que pasar esto, que una madre joven haya dejado a un hijo huérfano, y por lo tanto estoy aquí para pedir que no haya más guardias de seguridad armados en las escuelas, porque tengo entendido que son escuelas, no son cárceles, y para evitar que sucedan situaciones como estas. ¿Por qué no mejor, en lugar de gastar en seguridad, podemos invertir en programas de arte, programas de música, programas de justicia restaurativa, en trabajadores sociales que ayuden y que tomen los casos de los estudiantes? Estos estudiantes que son los que se ven problemáticos y que los quieren enviar a, no sé, al juvenil. Estos estudiantes son los que necesitan más ayuda. Mona era estudiante también del distrito. Ya no lo era en el momento de su muerte, pero lo fue. Y ella es uno de los estudiantes que caen en ese 2% de ese brecha que no se ha podido cerrar.
Hi, yeah, so Mona, I didn't know Mona as now an older person. I knew her as a child. Mona was her nickname that they gave her out of love. She was my neighbor when she went to Edison. She used to live across the street from me. And it hurts me. It hurts me that this happened, that a mother had to leave their child orphan. She was her child orphan, and it's not okay. I'm here to ask that the security officers are unarmed, because after all, this is a school, not a jail, and this event could have been prevented. I'm asking to go ahead and invest in the arts, in music, in restorative justice, in social workers to take on these cases. Because this was a student, and the students that seem problematic, where they want to place him in jail, need the most attention. And although Mona was no longer a student by the time of her passing, she was a student before. And she was part of that very low percentage of 2%.
So, por favor, no más armas en las escuelas, no más guardias de seguridad que utilicen la fuerza para someter a estudiantes. Creo que podemos buscar otras rutas mejores, ¿verdad? Porque no es justo que los estudiantes, en lugar de llegar a la escuela y sentirse bienvenidos, se sientan como si son en una prisión, que los van a revisar, que les van a buscar qué tienen, si tienen armas. Si se les da la confianza y se les hace sentir bienvenidos y se les da un valor como seres humanos, porque todas las vidas son valiosas. ¿En qué momento se perdió el valor de una vida, de un ser humano? ¿En qué momento se decidió que es mejor tratarlos como prisioneros en una cárcel que tratarlos como jóvenes que necesitan de guía, que muchas veces quizás no la tienen en su casa y que también en la escuela le están fallando?
So please, I ask that there be no more weapons, no more campus security that use force to subdue students. I think there are better routes. it's not fair that students get to the school and they don't feel welcome. They feel like if they're going to jail, like if they need to be checked for weapons or whatever it is, they need guidance. They need to develop trust, and they need to be valued as human beings. All lives matter. I don't know when the value of a life isn't happening. They all need to be valued, and they need to be spoken for.
Por lo tanto, les pido que por favor despidan al security que le disparó y que se tomen las medidas necesarias, porque se perdió una vida, no una cosa, una vida. A pesar de todo lo que podría hablarse en contra, era una vida valiosa. Gracias.
And that is why I'm asking to please go ahead and fire that security officer that shot, and to take the appropriate measures, because we lost a life, and it doesn't matter what they say about this life, it was still a life nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilia. Good afternoon. Is it Xochitl Gonzalez? Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Hello, I'm here to protect and preserve our parental rights. Although you, as a district, have not yet mandated the SARS-2 shot, I urge you to take a stand for our children's right to choose. These shot mandates are essentially requiring everyone to get regardless of medical history, comorbidities, religious or personal beliefs. The governor of California himself admitted to saying that California has the lowest rates of COVID in all of the United States, yet he is requiring for all people to be vaccinated, and soon our children. Must I remind you again, the district has no authority to mandate a vaccine that is not yet fully approved and available in the USA, such as the fully approved Pfizer Comirnaty that is not yet in stock. Pfizer-BioNTech is still under EUA and provided to our community. Family and friends, 40% of the insert of the Pfizer ingredient fact sheet was redacted, removed. Hello. How can you blindly promote this shot if you are not providing informed consent? How do you expect for someone to consent to a product that has omitted 40% of its ingredients? We know the limitations of the shot. We know that SARS-2 can be transmissible by both the unvaccinated and vaccinated. The EU statute says you must give the recipient informed consent to accept or reject it. Can you honestly say you have provided that to our community by promoting the Pfizer-BioNTech, which is still under EUA? Can you, really? Or is your computer more important than what I have to say? I pray every night and day that some of you on this panel break free of these chains that have demonstrably crippled your conscience. And if some of you are near breaking, I commend you. You will be applauded by all your ancestors for taking a stand for human rights. Don't forget you took an oath to protect the community at all costs, even if it means losing your job. Be today's heroes, and I urge you not to sacrifice the lives of our communities. Our DNA is not meant to be poison. These mandates are killing lives and destroying our community's morale. You are complicit in crimes against humanity if you don't take a stand. Please prevent a worldwide mental health crisis and stop the state of emergency. It is no longer justified and must be ended now. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Xochitl. Good afternoon, Dr. Tabari.
First of all, thank you for terminating the SSO officer that caused the death of Mona Rodriguez. Mona was 18 years old. Mona attended Cabrillo High School. It has been 9 days since Mona was shot in the head by a reckless attempt to stop a car. It has been 8 days since Mona has been pronounced brain dead. It has been 1 day since the hospital officially removed life support. Mona donated her heart, her lungs, her liver, and her kidneys to 5 people. The only good that comes out of this. I stand before you as a parent to a young Black high school student. I often worry that my son may be in an altercation with campus security, and that he may have a gun pulled on him. And many of my friends feel the same way. Their kids in schools right now here in Long Beach. This is what we think about when we say, bye, son. Have a good day. Text me when you get there. Text me when you're on your way home. Text me when, text me when, text me when. Always be in touch so we know you are alive. That is what I worry about every single day. After George Floyd was murdered by the police in Minneapolis, the Long Beach Unified District removed the 3 to 4 police officers in schools, but you did not remove punitive policies and practices. Our community is deeply fractured and grieving. All those people out there, they know they're not going to speak, but they wanted to gather together to mourn and to grieve. I stood outside the hospital for 3 days with Mona's family, just being there for them. Her little sister, 12 years old, didn't want to see her with tubes hooked up to her. She said, I don't want to see her like that. But I also don't want to be a bad sister for not going upstairs. This is her 12-year-old saying. And I told her, you're not being a bad sister. It's okay to keep the memories you have of Mona as you have them. I am asking that you remove guns and other weapons from school campuses, batons, pepper spray, all the other weapons. I am asking for healing spaces in our schools to discuss this recent events. There have been no town halls at Milliken or any other schools. I am asking that you create a list of mental health resources that is available on every school website with a button that they can click.
Dr.
I am
Tabari,
asking that you
thank
partner
you.
with community
Your
and
time is
have
up,
some
Dr.
town
Tabari.
hall.
Thank you, Dr. Tabari. Welcome. Is it Luke Higby?
Yes.
Okay.
Esteemed members of the board and the public, my name is Mix Lucas Higby, and I'm a teacher at Milliken High School. I'm a member of this community, and I'm an alumnus of Milliken and Long Beach Unified School District. Last Tuesday, I had to read a statement to my students about this shooting that should never have occurred. My students were in the area when it happened, they heard that shot, and they saw this happen. Firstly, I would like to thank the board for making the decision to fire the offending officer. Over the summer, teachers spent a week and countless other hours training on equity. We analyzed this equity and issues of inequity in our classrooms, but the biggest injustices that our students face are not just in the classrooms, but it's this $1.5 million that the district is spending every year on these officers that clearly are not keeping our students safe and are endangering our community. I'm here to support these demands that Long Beach Unified School District removes all school security officers and dismantles this program to help protect our students and protect our community. Additionally, we must completely disarm all district employees so that no further students or community members are harmed. Additionally, we need to commit to equity and further commit to restorative rather than punitive justice for our students. We know for a fact that these armed officers harm queer and Black, Indigenous, people of color students. We know that suspensions and expulsions affect and harm people of color, queer students, Black, Indigenous students at higher rates. This district talks about equity, and yet these policies that we are enacting do not further this district's policy and commitment to equity. Growing up in Long Beach, going to school, going to Cal State Long Beach, it was my dream to work for this district. And I've never been so disappointed until this day that this district's policies and this district's own employee murdered a member of our community. We say that we should be proud to be LBUSD. And so tonight, I am asking you all to commit to equity and make me proud to be LBUSD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Luke. Hi, Katie. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. To the Board of Long Beach Unified School District, the superintendents, and those in this room, especially those that are concerned with the unethical loss of body autonomy due to these vaccine mandates. I'm here to make a public statement and hold the board and the heads of Long Beach Unified School District accountable to the currently illegal COVID vaccine mandates and the testing and any forthcoming COVID vaccine mandates trying to be passed by Governor Newsom. I speak for the rights of students, parents, and the staff here at Long Beach Unified School District to be fully informed and educated to all of the facts before moving forward. Sadly, Long Beach Unified School District has been purposely minimizing fair and equal communication to parents and students about the COVID vaccine ramifications. As per a phone conversation that I personally had with the superintendent on September 2nd, I asked, was there equal sharing of the options of consent and no consent to the COVID testing for parents of their students? That person responded, and I quote, "We do not want people to opt out. Therefore, we're not going to speak about the exceptions or publicize them." I also asked that person if she believed it had been fair and equal communication to the parents. She said, "I do." This illegal and unethical communication practices to parents violates your Long Beach USD legal rights, Parent Education and Engagement School Accountability EC 1150001, 02, and 03, where it states, the goal is to offer parents information to allow them to be equal partners in their child's education. Obviously, this person has made it clear to me on that phone call that informed consent is not on your agenda. Today, I oblige the Long Beach Unified School District to provide the following information to students, parents, and staff, or anyone that you may be forcing and coercing from here on out, to the following answers and any statutory legal rulings thereof. Today, this is your notice of liability. Number one, since Newsom's announcements last week, and since he is trying to get it legally approved, can you please advise me on the current legal status of the vaccine? It would seem to me that it's currently illegal under an experimental status, so why are you pushing that on students and staff currently? And the rules in which an illegal vaccine can or cannot be. Obviously, since he is currently trying to get it legally approved, it must be still experimental and illegal. Number two, currently and in the future, can you please provide details and assurances that the vaccine has been fully, independently, and rigorously tested against control groups and the subsequent outcomes of these tests? Number three, can Long Beach Unified School District currently and in the future please advise of the full list of contents of the vaccine that students and staff will be forced or coerced to receive, and if any are toxic to their body? Number four, will you currently and in the future please fully advise the students and staff?
Thank you, Katie. Your 3 minutes are up.
I will email this to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it Jane Gould?
Yes, it is.
Welcome.
I'm the Reverend Jane Gould, rector of St. Luke's and Lucas Episcopal Church at 7th and Atlantic. This afternoon, you received a letter signed by more than 100 faith community leaders involved with LA Voice. As a Christian minister, I am called to the sacred work of seeking peace and justice, a responsibility to care for the most vulnerable in our midst. And Jesus went so far as to say, it would be better to have a millstone tied around your neck than to hurt one of the little ones. In a city that prides itself on its schools, we should be able to assume that school safety officers will enhance and not undermine the safety of our students. But on Monday, September 27th, a Long Beach Unified School District safety officer followed Mona Rodriguez off campus as she attempted to drive away and shot her in the head, killing her. Now, I understand and applaud the decision to terminate school safety officer Eddie Gonzalez. But Mona's murder is not the result of one person who made a bad choice. It resulted from institutional decisions that do not protect the safety of our students, create equity, or enhance education. Why was School Safety Officer Gonzalez armed in the first place? Guns don't increase safety. Surely guns create atmospheres more reflective of incarceration than education. Acts of violence against our children in places where we collectively promise they will be safe and nurtured not only traumatize our students, their families, and the school staff, but also perpetuate the criminalization of BIPOC students. We stand as LA Voice and CLUE with Black Lives Matter, advocating for the removal of all guns from any campus employee.
Thank you, Jane. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jerlene. You're welcome to start.
Good evening, members of the board and staff. I actually had no intention of speaking today, yet the family of Mona Rodriguez asked me if I would. Now, our message has changed in the last 30 minutes. So instead of in here coming to ask you to fire Eddie Gonzalez, we're saying thank you for making that decision. 8 years ago, 2013, I was standing outside with a bunch of youth and community members. And we were here for the Every Student Matter campaigns talking about punitive practices and restorative practices. That was 8 years ago. Since then, so much work has been done that when I look back and I think about what happened on Monday, it's all of our fault. It's our fault for not being proactive in making changes before something bad happened. We're all responsible for that young lady's death. She was a former Long Beach USD student. Her siblings are alumni of LBUSD. She has siblings currently in LBUSD. I'm a mom, Jerlene Tatum, because I did not introduce myself, LBUSD parent and alumni. I'm traumatized by what happened. But all I can think about is it's our fault. So I hope that this horrible tragedy changes the way in which we handle policy and processes in this district. Me, the community members out there, we're not new to this fight. We've been asking for changes for a really long time, I'm sure before 2013. So this time, can we make that happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Jerlene. Good afternoon. Is it Ivan Garcia?
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, Superintendent, board members. My name is Ivan Garcia. As has been mentioned, I am with Latinos in Action. I have 2 siblings in the district. I myself was a product of this district. But just the news of what happened with Mona, it's really disheartening. And it's really sad to see that armed officers are a fixture of this district. And I think, just as many of others have mentioned already, it's really important for all of us to ensure that we have campuses that foster a sense of safety, compassion, empathy, and just to make sure that we were able to have students have the tools to succeed and not be in fear of somebody with a gun on campus. So with that, I would like to mention that, would like to say that we should focus on restorative justice to make sure that the students have the mental health resources and to have other tools that they need to succeed in this district, in the schools that they attend, in an environment that fosters safety, compassion, and empathy. And with that, I would just like to say thank you so much for hearing me out, and thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Good afternoon, Alyssa. Just want to remind folks that because your item is not on the agenda, we don't have the ability to discuss, but your public comments are important and we are listening intently.
Great. Good evening, LBUSD board members. My name is Alyssa Gutierrez. I serve as the chair of our city's Human Relations Commission, but most importantly, I'm speaking to you today as a mother of 3, 2 of which are in the Long Beach Unified School District. I want to start by saying thank you for firing Eddie F. Gonzalez, the school safety officer who shot and killed Mona Rodriguez. Today, I'm calling on the leaders of this body to create a safer LBUSD by removing any and all weapons, firearms, batons, pepper spray, any weapons that can harm or kill students, their family members, and surrounding community. Our students and community are experiencing unprecedented levels of anxiety, depression, and trauma, and has resulted in an increase in violence in our schools. Responding to violence among students with more violence is not a curative public health response. What our students and youth in our community need right now, more than ever, are services that recognize their humanity and love and care and compassion. And yes, even youth who act out, get in fights, steal, deserve our love and care and compassion. As school board members, I'm sure you're all well aware of the science around brain development. We know that our brains are not fully developed until the age of 25. And as such, dealing with our youth and youth misbehavior is going to require different kinds of interventions. I'm calling for restorative practices, not punitive ones. We also know there's ample evidence to support that police and armed security in schools do not improve safety. In fact, in many cases, they're causing more harm, a harm that disproportionately falls on our youth of color and youth with disabilities. When in or near schools, officers do what they're trained to do: detain, handcuff, arrest, and kill. We cannot keep meeting violence with violence. Our youth need mental health professionals, social workers, nurses, and resources that can support them through these trying times. I am calling for care, compassion, and accountability. I'm calling on the leaders of this body to practice courage. Courage to dismantle the status quo. Courage to reimagine safety. Safety that doesn't include armed officers in or near our schools. I am calling on this body to get guns out of my children's schools. And LBPD, if you're listening, arrest Eddie F. Gonzalez today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Good afternoon. Is it Mary Ann Drummond?
Good evening. My name is Mary Ann Drummond. I'm a Wilson teacher, and I'm also with Showing Up for Racial Justice, Long Beach. And I want to begin by saying thank you for firing Eddie Gonzalez. I have to say that I've been thinking about how a little more than a year ago we were having these conversations and about getting rid of police out of schools, about not having that Long Beach Unified contract, and you did. And then one of the conversations that I felt was not being noticed or addressed, sort of felt like it was being dismissed, was that we have these school safety officers that are armed. And it just felt like we didn't want to acknowledge that that danger that they present. And now here we are, like the absolute worst nightmare, right? And so I do, then the next day, one of the things that I also noticed that was quite shocking to me was that Long Beach PD was posted up at my high school, and I heard at Milliken as well. And I wonder what was behind that exact wrong decision to come forth with kind of the opposite of care. It feels like a threat, and meeting trauma with the reminder of more trauma and even heavier trauma is just deeply upsetting. I have to say, as a teacher, I do not feel safe with armed people on my campus. Students don't feel safe. They don't make us safe. Disarm school safety officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. James, can we hold on the next public comment? I've been informed that we reached our 30 minutes for public. Can we hold on the next public comment? I've been informed that we reached our 30 minutes and our 30-minute limit. And given that we have a lot of folks that showed up to our meeting today, and a lot of folks that want to make public comment, I'd like to extend public comment. Thoughts, fellow board members?
How long are you proposing to extend?
So we have about another 32 comments to go through. We're not obviously going to have a chance to listen to everybody, so I propose an hour. I think our community has been shaken. We've heard comments today, and I just want to make sure that we provide a space for our community members to come and speak to us. And even in the hour, we're not going to get through the additional 32 comments that we have here.
And
So an additional hour would allow for us, if everybody uses up their 3 minutes, to hear from 20 more individuals. So that's my, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there are a number of people that have been moved by the situation. So I too would like to support that.
Ms. Craighead, you have a mic on? Did you want to say
Yeah, I
something?
do, sorry. Yeah, it won't give us an opportunity to hear from everybody, but it will give us an opportunity to hear from most. And so I think in that regard, and just given the circumstances, it's an opportunity to hear from our community, community that's mourning, that's in pain, so I'm in favor of it.
Mr. Otto?
Yeah, I agree reluctantly, and I think what this points out is that there needs to be other opportunities to hear what the people in the community have to say other than at board meetings, because we have a lot of business to conduct. I'm incredibly sensitive to the sense of loss, the sense of fear that people have, but if the only opportunities that they have are twice a month for a short period of time, that's not enough, and we ought to be thinking about how to make that different and better, but I'll agree at this point.
I completely agree with that, Mr. Otto, and I think that's a conversation that I'd like to have with our executive team, because as all of you know, we're not going to get to every comment tonight. I'm sure there's a lot of folks additionally that know how many folks that we still need to get through. So I think it's important to continue providing spaces for two-way communication. So I would support us being able to have a conversation like that. In the meantime, we have the order of business at hand tonight, so we'll extend public comment for another hour. If you could keep time, help to keep time for us, Leticia, and then James, we'll move on to the next public comment. Thank you, colleagues. Welcome. Is it Zach Golden?
This is he. My name is Zach Golden. I'm a Milliken alum. I live near Milliken. I've been an LBUSD sub a good number of years ago, and I am a rabbi. I happen to have actually drove past the incident right after it happened, and I realized that the SSOs being armed are not only threaten students and put Mona Gonzalez, her life to a tragic end, but it also threatens the neighborhood at large. I mean, this happened not at Milliken, but at the corner of Spring and Palo Verde, and who knows if the bullets had gone awry. I mean, I could have been in the line of fire myself. And so who knows where I would have been if I were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But in my time at the district, this seemed to be part of a pattern that this situation could occur, because often there was a lot of fear that was being projected about the students. I always had a lot of trust with the other students I was in school with and the ones I substitute taught, which is not always an easy situation, but I always felt I had safety, but there were a lot of environmental cues that suggested otherwise, that sometimes contributed to the environment in my mind, like very tall fences around certain schools, or a lot of concrete a lot of air conditioners not being present, for example. And to add to that, adding excessive security presence is just going to continue to add to this environment of fear and actually lead to certain consequences, which I fear have happened. And as a rabbi, what I am thinking about in this situation is from the book of Judges. There's a line that says, "In those days there was no king over Israel. Each person did what they felt like doing. They did what they want." And SSO Eddie Gonzalez did what he felt was right at the moment, but that wasn't evidence of law and order. It was actually, according to this reading of Scripture, the exact opposite. The fact that he was in the position to do whatever he felt was right at the moment was the proof that this environment of law and order wasn't actually one. It was actually chaotic and led to division. So what can be done to put a king over Israel, actual law and order, is to have law and order and justice and the ability to educate students that's broad-based and with the community as part of it, because that is what's going to enable the students to be able to be in a safe environment and everybody to have confidence that when they go to school, they will be safe, and they will be safe because the community is working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Good afternoon. Is it Daniel Castro?
That's correct.
Welcome.
Yes, so hello everyone. My name is Daniel Castro. I am a resident of Long Beach. I'm also here with the Safer LBUSD campaign and also a member of the Democratic Socialist of America here in Long Beach. It's a tragedy that another life was lost at the hands of gun violence. A 5-month-old baby is now without a mom. I do want to thank the board for firing Eddie Gonzalez, but you all must do more. I'm here to demand that the LBUSD board remove all SSO officers from LBUSD. The fact that a school even has anyone on campus with a gun is absurd. Armed security officers have no place in schools, and this is not the answer to resolving conflict and addressing what students really need. According to the district, SSO staff carry weapons and are allowed to use them on combative students. Is that how you would want any of your children handled at school? I highly doubt that. Roughly $1.5 million, if not more, is invested in SSOs, when it should be reinvested in mental health services on campuses. This money can be used for more counselors and other forms of safety for students. So call them what you want, but any officer with a gun on campus does not make school safer. Again, I'm calling on LBUSD board members to completely get rid of all SSOs so that that money can be reinvested in actual student needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon. Is it Diana Michelson?
Yes, it is.
Welcome.
Okay. Hello, my name is Diana, and I am currently an 11th grader at Long Beach Polytechnic High School, and I'm here as the Long Beach Green Schools Campaign leader and founder. The Long Beach Green Schools Campaign is a student-led initiative, a district-wide initiative as well, that was founded last summer in August of 2020, with the goal of transitioning LBUSD off of fossil fuels in the electricity sector by 2030 and in all other energy sectors by 2040. And on behalf of the entire Green Schools Campaign initiative, I'd also like to stand in solidarity with the family of Mona Rodriguez. Systemic racism is clearly a serious problem our district and the nation are facing, and it is interwoven with many of the other issues we struggle with. Specifically, I'm referring to climate change. Climate change and social justice go hand in hand. For example, it is no coincidence that many of the districts and students of Long Beach that have the highest asthma rates and worst air pollution also consist of the highest minority populations. Our campaign is here to say that LBUSD can and must take action and transition this district off of fossil fuels now. And it's not too much to ask for. Countless of other districts have made the commitment, including LAUSD. Yes, Los Angeles Unified School District, the largest school district in California and the second largest in the nation, has made the commitment. And they're not the only ones. LAUSD, San Diego Unified, Oakland Schools, Salt Lake City Unified, and that's just to name a few. It's time LBUSD does the same, with benefits that include cost savings, improved air quality, STEM learning opportunities. That's just a few. Let's prioritize equity and remember that social justice and environmental justice go hand in hand. We want to see justice for Mona, and we want to see justice for the health of students and community members. We want to see LBUSD commit and transition off of fossil fuels now. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Good afternoon. Is it Daniel Rodriguez? Welcome, Daniel.
I just start? Okay.
So you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here sharing information about the Long Beach Green Schools campaign and what LBUSD can do to take accountability for the health of its students, staff, and community. As I said, my name is Daniel Rodriguez. I'm currently a junior attending Camps High School. I would also like to show my support and stand in solidarity with Mona Rodriguez's family. Part of the Green Schools campaign's overreaching goal is also to create a safer communities. Clean energy and clean air is directly connected to all this. The student-led GSE movement would like to see LBUSD transition off of fossil fuels in electricity sectors by 2030 and all other energy sectors by 2040. It's important that Long Beach Unified School District commits to 100% clean energy by 2030 and a gas phase-out by 2040, not only because it can save money and help close our district's budget shortfalls, but because it's imperative to prevent worse effects of climate catastrophe. The United Nations 2018 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reported that we must transition off of fossil fuels in the next 12 years to prevent any further impacts from global warming and calls on urgent action across all sectors to dramatically reduce emissions and move to 100% clean renewable energy over the next decade. And this all lines up exactly with the district's previous policies, specifically the district's adopted board policy 3510 for green operations, which reads word for word, "The governing board believes everyone has a responsibility to be a steward of the environment and desires to integrate environmental accountability into all district's programs and operations. Among the district strategies, the policy suggests is a reduction of energy and transition to renewable and clean energy technologies. It's time to stay true to our words and actually commit to the district's 100% clean energy. Let's keep schools safe, justice for Mona, and justice for the environment." Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Daniel. Good evening. Is it Rohan? Rohan Reddy?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rohan Reddy, and I am currently a junior at Long Beach Polytechnic High School. Today I'm speaking for the Long Beach Green Schools campaign. I would also like to show my support for the movement for justice for Mona Rodriguez. School safety and justice need to come in combination with climate safety and justice. On behalf of the entire Long Beach Green Schools campaign, I would first like to take a moment to thank the district for already taking many steps towards sustainability and energy efficiency at school board meetings. Daniel already mentioned Board Policy 3510, and in addition, LBUSD has already invested in LED lights along with transitioning to smart thermostats. We are also extremely supportive of the district's decision to appoint an environmental sustainability program specialist. One of the district's most important initiatives was the implementation of 24 carports. We personally believe that these carports could be expanded further to a transition to renewable energy for the whole district. This is because carports are cheaper to install than installing solar panels on the roofs of buildings. In addition, carports would reduce the heat islands that Long Beach experiences, and therefore schools and other buildings could spend less on cooling. There are many different financial incentives available to this school district that can not only transition the district off of fossil fuels, but also save the district a lot of money. Some of these existing opportunities include third-party financing for solar through a PPA, an energy savings performance contracting company, state and federal incentives, and utility-supplied resources, such as buying a cleaner energy mix from SoCal Edison. We are currently looking into all of these options with Mr. Rising, and will actually be meeting with PermaCity, a solar energy company that is working with LAUSD to implement clean energy tech, and the LBUSD energy management team soon. We will also be meeting with Mr. Rising and Ms. McFagan later this month to work on our draft for the 100% clean energy resolution. We hope to soon have the Board of Education vote on this resolution, aiming to have it passed by no later than the end of this year. LBUSD, it's time to do the right thing. It's time to join the 1,500 people who have already signed our petition in support of a clean energy transition for the district. It's time to commit LBUSD off of fossil fuels. We look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Good afternoon. Is it Omar Cardenas?
No, this is Nicole Taylor.
Okay, sorry, Nicole, I don't have you on my list.
I
James?
was number 15.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you so much. So, hi, my name is Nicole Taylor. I'm a former alumni of Long Beach Unified School District, and I'm here to address the murder of Mona. Guns make me feel uncomfortable. In fact, guns crippled me with depression, quite literally. I've been disabled for a year due to the gun violence from George Floyd. It made me very scared. I was having hallucinations of security officers, of police shooting me. And I know I'm not the only one who experiences this psychological toll. This psychological toll is really heavy on the students as well. According to a 2018 Brookings study called "To Make Schools Safer, Focus on Communities, Not Guns," students of color are disciplined more often and more severely than white students. They also shared in that study that there was a Texas school that reduced suspensions by 62% by doing restorative justice healing circles. I believe the money should be invested in restorative justice healing circles and more mental health resources for the students. Mona didn't deserve what happened to her. Get the guns out of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And sorry that I didn't have your card.
Okay, no worries.
Good afternoon. Do we have Omar now? Is that you, Omar?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome,
Good
Omar.
evening. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see some familiar faces. Good evening, Superintendent Baker, members of the board. My name is Omar Cardenas. Pronouns are he, him. I'm a father of a sixth grader. You can see here sitting next to me. I'm a mentor to many young people and here in LBUSD, and I reside in the 2nd District. I'm here to honor the spirit of Manuela Mona Rodriguez, and in mourning with Mona's loved ones who stand outside today, and in solidarity with members of the Safer LBUSD community, and Safer LBUSD campaign. It is still a traditional greeting of the Maasai people of Eastern Africa to ask members of the community, and how are the children? Acknowledging the high value that the Maasai always place on the children's well-being, all the children are well, means that it is a good life. Excuse me, I'm a little choked up. This is really hard. But today, as a community and as a district, we cannot say that all our children are well. In fact, many here would argue that we cannot say that, in fact, we place a high value on our children when the way that the Maasai people do, when we allow armed school safety officers to use lethal force on our children. As a father of a child on the spectrum, I live in constant fear that one day, perhaps he will not be able to communicate his needs and his emotions to someone with a gun, and that he too will be harmed. Today, young people are hurting. They are scared, they are angry, they are sad, and they are afraid when they pass by armed SSOs on their campus. All of us have a charge to do right by our children, especially our most vulnerable, Black and brown youth and children with disabilities. Our district needs healing. A good first step in this healing process was firing SSO Eddie Gonzalez, but we cannot stop there. Real change can only start by defunding and dismantling the school safety office and reinvesting those dollars in long-term transformative change. Double down on previous commitments and invest in prioritizing relationship building, not criminalization. Double down on mental health services, counselors, intervention workers, peer-to-peer mediation, and holistic wellness for Black and brown youth, and remove all weapons and punitive forms of discipline from our schools. Mona should be here today, holding her baby, loving on her baby. Let us not relive this tragedy. The next time we ask, and how are the children? Let us say the children are well. Justice for Mona.
Thank you, Omar.
Thank
Your
you.
3 minutes are up. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chris.
Afternoon. Good to see folks. My name is Christopher Covington. My pronouns are they and he. I am a member of the Safer Long Beach Unified School District campaign. I'm also sit on the city's Human Relations Commission, and I am the statewide lead organizer with the Genders and Sexualities Alliance Network. I'm here today to specifically ask, y'all have already heard that we are here in support of Mona Rodriguez. I'm also nervous because I'm speaking from the heart, and that no one should have had, we should not have been in this place to begin with. Sorry, excuse me. I'm just gonna read off of it. It's gonna be easier for me. On September 27th, Manuela Mona Rodriguez was shot by Long Beach Unified School District school security officer. She succumbed to her injuries. As of today, we really want to thank you for arresting Eddie Gonzalez. Excuse me, for firing Eddie Gonzalez, and we call on LBPD to arrest Eddie Gonzalez. Our hearts go out to the Milliken community and all those impacted by this horrible tragedy. In support of the Rodriguez family, many coalition members and organizations came together to form the Safer LBUSD campaign. The mission of the campaign is to rebuild safety with all students, parents, and staff, including bringing justice to the Rodriguez family. So I'm gonna read off the campaign demands. One, you already accomplished that by firing Eddie Gonzalez. Two, defund and dismantle the school safety department and rebuild a new system that is informed by community. Remove all SSOs from school zones. Disarm all LBUSD employees from having firearms, battalions, clubs, pepper sprays, and other weapons that can harm students. Do not replace SSO officers with police officers, and include trained mental health professionals to de-escalate difficult situations, and also provide de-escalation training for all staff on campus. Review and remove all punitive punishment and replace it with restorative practices, such as counselors, more social workers, nurses, and opportunities for arts and culture. The last one, which is most important, is hear and care for the community. Immediately offer students and the community a process to heal and to move forward. We also ask the district to participate in partnership with community-led town halls at each school site to hear from families and students on how to move forward.
Thank you, Chris. Your 3 minutes
Thank
are
you.
up. Good afternoon. Is it Eldrene Jones?
It is.
Welcome.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Eldrene Jones. I represent Students Deserve. I teach at Ernest McBride High School, and I'm here to continue in his legacy. In the spirit of John Lewis, I'm here to cause good trouble, necessary trouble, and to demand justice for Mona Rodriguez. I'm a recent hire. I actually started on September 17th. I left LAUSD, where we have been fighting this same fight for police-free schools. This horrifying event is an example of why students deserve police-free schools. I never imagined that I would change school districts and experience such horror. The level of increased violence from school safety officers is terrifying, especially for me as a person who has gun violence in my background. So I only imagine the horror that my students may feel. I appreciate you firing this security officer. However, it's time for us to reimagine public safety. You cannot solve a problem with the same mind that created it. This should fully include non-carceral punishments. We need culturally competent folks on our campuses. We need folks who will provide restorative and community-based forms of violence and harm prevention, intervention, and de-escalation, including significant social emotional supports for our students and families. I haven't heard any mention of a town hall to triage and discuss what happened. I got an email saying how heavy your hearts were, but no one has gotten together and said, do you guys need to talk about this? I was a counselor before I was a teacher, and as an educator, I need to talk about this. So I can only imagine what my students feel. I teach intro to law and criminal justice and law, and how can I stand in front of my students and encourage them to go into these positions with a clear conscience when I'm concerned that they will perpetuate these injustices? I am standing here asking that you please consider different alternatives. There is a way to provide safety for our students that does not include armed officers. There's a way. As a counselor, we engaged in client-centered self-defense. There's all of these ways to de-escalate, and it doesn't involve weapons. Keep us safe, our students safe, and the best way to do that is to provide community, not by having armed police officers on our campuses. Provide that justice for Mona Rodriguez by implementing change, lasting change that will keep all of us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Eldrene. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is it Camila Jones?
Yes, Camila Holmes.
Holmes, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Camila. I'm a mother of three, all who went through Long Beach Unified, and now grandmother to future Long Beach Unified children. Today I come to address the board deep in my feelings. I am deeply saddened by the tragic and senseless death of a young woman in our community, Mona Rodriguez, at the hands of a Long Beach Unified School Safety Officer, Eddie Gonzalez. I am horrified by the reckless and violent actions of that SSO that caused Mona's death. And I'm disappointed by the inaction of the school board that has not moved to examine the dysfunction of a school safety system that arms adults who are tasked to watch over our children, ostensibly to keep them safe, but inexplicably provides those adults with weapons to harm our children. So I'm here to repeat the community demands. I understand that SSO Eddie Gonzalez was terminated. I thank you for your role in that, but please understand that that is the floor, not the ceiling of what needs to be done. I ask that you defund and dismantle the school safety system and build a new system that is community-led and steeped in restorative practices. I ask that you hear from the community and care for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila. Good afternoon. Is it Sylvester Ani?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sylvester Annie Jr. I'm with DSA Long Beach, Black Lives Matter Long Beach. I'm also a congressional candidate in the 38th District of California. And the reason why I'm here tonight is because an injustice to somebody anywhere is an injustice everywhere. And the question that we have to ask ourselves is, when is enough enough? We didn't have to get to this point. And the reason why I say we didn't have to get to this point is because there's been organizers that have been organizing and speaking to the board and speaking to how we need to invest in the resources that, one, prevent situations from escalating, and then also, two, investing in more resources that can de-escalate situations in a manner that respects all life that's involved. That's not what happened with Mona, unfortunately. And the reason why organizers have been pushing for this is because they didn't want this to happen to anybody. And the opportunity that the board has tonight and going forward is that they have the opportunity for the potential of this to not happen to anybody else. If it wasn't already realized before, the school police officers are a liability to the safety of the people who are on campus or even off campus. It's a liability at this point. And when I say when is enough enough, when is too late, we've already seen that situation with Mona's family. How would we feel if we didn't take this moment and make some type of change or shift and inject some morality into our practices, and this happened again down the line? We don't want to have that conversation down the line. So that's why it's important that when a moment like this comes upon us, that we act accordingly and that we meet the urgency of the moment to act strong, act swiftly, and act in respect of human life and invest in human life, because that's what the organizers outside are asking for, is that if we can invest more in human life, not only do we prevent decrease the amount of time situations like this escalate to that level, but also, too, when it's time to cool down and de-escalate things, that at the end of the day, all parties involved would live to fight another day. So I'm here in solidarity with the Rodriguez family, and I'm praying for healing energy for everyone that's involved, and I'm praying that you all do what's best in the interest of the safety of the students, the faculty, and community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvester.
My name is Janice Peregrina.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak today. First, I wanted to start off with saying definitely fire, which seems to have already happened. I just read 30 minutes ago. Fire, arrest, and charge the school safety officer who killed Mona Rodriguez. There is no reason why there should be any armed school safety officers on campus. It doesn't make the campus feel safer. It makes children feel threatened, and also there is no reason why he shot somebody who was driving away. It's two teenagers fighting. I don't understand why it escalated to that point. And I did not come here specifically for that protest. I came here to also speak about the mandates that are being threatened for the school district at large. I wanted to say this because this is an illogical and anti-science mandate, and I want to explain why. The vaccine for COVID does not prevent transmission or slow the spread of any disease, just like the flu vaccine. So I don't understand why it's being mandated when it's not being used to protect anybody except the user. It also has not been tested on children in any of the clinical trials, so any adverse reactions that are being reported, which are being reported, are a direct result of the vaccine. You're going to have a lot of people who are going to be, their jobs are being threatened, they are, let's look at it this way. What you're telling kids to do is to participate in a medical experiment that, for a disease that they don't even have, they're basically a negligible risk. And you're forcing them to participate in something that has risk to them. It is statistically more likely for young people, especially young boys, to develop myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart muscle, and will require transplant down the line. There are already been several reports of children who have received myocarditis from the vaccine. There's also been reports of menstrual issues. My own mother has experienced menstrual issues after getting the Pfizer vaccine. And what will that do to developing bodies down the line? I think that this is a very risky decision and should not be implemented whatsoever. It's going to make people lose their jobs. You're going to see a lot of people pull their kids out of school. You're going to see a lot of people leave rather than continue working. So you have to be ready for that down the line because there's going to be shortages everywhere. Do you want to be part of that? I don't think you do. So I'm asking you to look into your hearts and look into logic and see why this decision does not make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Are you Moses? Okay, so I have you next, Moses.
I would like to start by saying that the vaccine mandate is very, very illogical and not smart on any decisions on any behalf of anybody. A lot of people have voiced their concerns about it, but not a lot of people have been listening to that. There is evidence out there of this vaccine, causing more harm than it does good, and there's a lot of alternatives that we could be using, but we're not because of, Lord knows why. This vaccine does not help this vaccine does not stop the transmission. This vaccine does not help prevent it does help prevent symptoms, but it does not help prevent any of the effects like dying. A lot of people have died due to this vaccine. A few of my neighbors have died from this vaccine, and just why hasn't this been tested more on non-humans, maybe? And I would like to not be taken out of school, but if it comes to it, goodbye LBUSD. Had a fun time. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Leticia, can we do a quick time check? We have 31 minutes left? Okay, so we have 29 minutes left. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Is it Cliff Smith?
Cliff Smith. Thank
Welcome.
you, board members with the Coalition for Community Control Over the Police. And Eddie Gonzalez needs to be in jail. He needs to be locked up. He needs to be on trial, facing charges for his criminal act. We thank you for taking the responsibility to take his job from him But right now, Eddie Gonzalez is a free man. He could walk into any police department anywhere and apply for a job. So your job is not done. Eddie Gonzalez was acting as your employee when he took this young woman's life. Your responsibility is to join the family and to demand that District Attorney George Gascon file criminal charges and prosecute him for his crime. It's not enough to just take his job. He needs to face the same equal measure of justice that would be applied to any of us had we shot an 18-year-old young woman in the back of the head. So we demand that you join the family of Mona Rodriguez to demand from District Attorney Gascon that he prosecute this killer and this criminal and put him in jail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cliff. Good afternoon. Is it Molly Bell?
Yes, reparations in memory of our ancestors. First of all, I want to thank you, the board, for firing Eddie Gonzalez. All of you outside who are waiting, say no justice, no peace. Say justice for Ramona. Now, here's what I want for Mona Rodriguez. Justice for Mona Rodriguez. What I want to say today is that security officer, he shot her in the back. That's not right, is it? That's not fair, is it? I'm concerned that they have seen police officers who shot and killed Fred Williams, who shot and killed Dijon Kizee, who shot and killed Andreas Bordado, who shot and killed A.J. Weber, who shot and killed Anthony McLean. We don't want them to do that. It is your job, and I thank you so much for already getting him fired. But as Cliff said, he'll go someplace else and get another job. He will be all right. It is our duty, our responsibility. I'm not taking blame. One of the speakers said that we all are to blame. No, we're not. We're not. One person did that. And we're asking you as the Board of Education, don't you teach us how to follow directions? Don't you teach us how to do the right thing? Isn't that what you do? I heard. But Mona was somebody else. I listened to the doctor say that she gave up her internal organs. We don't want them like that. We want them to another way. We don't want them to do that. I'm 74 years old and I'm straight out of Compton. Compton and Long Beach together, you know that's awesome. So I'm gonna keep coming back because I love me some Long Beach. I love me some Compton. And I know that there's a God. Any of you believe in God? If you believe in God outside, say, I do. I believe in him. So I'm gonna close the way I always close. We want justice. We want Eddie Gonzalez. We want him to have to go to jail. We want you to say, you somebody. We want you to make sure that he is prosecuted and he goes to jail so he won't walk the streets. But I lift up a big black fist and I remind all you prayer warriors out there, you know what you've got to do. You've got to keep fasting. You've got to keep praying because the struggle continues, but always to God be the glory. Again, Long Beach, thank you so much for your first move. Look at my time. I did good.
Thank you, Molly. Good afternoon. Is it Nathan Carvajal?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, LBUSD School Board. I want to first acknowledge that we are on indigenous Tongva land. I am Nathan Carvajal. I am an LBUSD alumni, educator, and former youth group homeworker. I want to speak on my personal experiences with school safety officers. While attending Lakewood High School, I was stopped and frisked by a school safety officer and questioned for having ibuprofen on my person. Ibuprofen that I needed to heal an injury sustained running for my cross-country team. What I want to highlight is that the violence and repression that occurred to Mona Rodriguez is not out of the ordinary within this system, within LBUSD. Rather, it is systematic of the issues facing our schools and our school safety departments. I urge that the LBUSD school board defund and dismantle school safety departments. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Nathan. Good afternoon. Is it Juan Mereles?
Yes.
Welcome.
Hi. Hi, everybody. As you just heard, my name is Juan Mereles. I'm a community member here in Long Beach, and I'm here demanding justice for Mona Rodriguez. I understand that the safety security officer was arrested earlier today, but we all understand that that is step one. Justice for Mona means that he was fired today. The next step is arresting Eddie Rodriguez, or Gonzalez, sorry. Justice for Mona means no weapons in the school. It means that no child should have to go to school and wonder if they're going to make it home the next day. No parent should see their child off and wonder if they're ever going to see their kid again. Justice for Mona means using these funds that we use to put these killers, these people who terrorize these children on these campuses, and using those funds for their education, buying books, building a better infrastructure for these children. Justice for Mona is defunding the police, because even though he was not a police officer, he filled that same role that police do in our society, which is terrorizing poor, black, and brown working people. So I ask you here, if LBPD is out there listening, they need to arrest Eddie Gonzalez, and that we demand that there is no more schools, no more weapons in school, because no children should have to go to school fearing for their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. I've been saying good afternoon, but it's actually good evening. Is it Brock Satterworth?
What's that?
Is your name Brock?
No, it's Sergio Bonilla. Sergio Bonilla.
Sergio, you also need to leave your mask back. Leave your mask on. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
So, James, I don't have a card for him either, but thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sergio Bonilla. I represent CSEA. I'm the first vice president of CSEA. I'm here to talk about next week's proceedings. It's about the raise for the classified employees. Now, we've been without a raise for 3 years now, and so we're asking for a 7% raise. As of now, LA Unified School District has received a 5% raise with a $2,500 bonus. Paramount Unified School District has received 6% raise with a $1,500 bonus. We really need a living wage here in the city. Right now, unemployment here is more than 10% in the city of Long Beach. What I calculate from our particular union, we calculate in the next 5 years, it's going to be reduced by 30%. If you guys want to attract new employees, it's going to be really hard. The last thing at Long Beach Unified School District was they took the part-timers' benefits, and now they're having to pay for those benefits. So I want to make it clear that $14 an hour is not going to cut it. And so we really do need that raise. I also wanted to mention that we're going to be going in front of the state mediators. It's usually one state mediator, not this time. It's 2 state mediators. And so with that said, I mean, we want an even playing field. I also wanted to make it clear that living here in Long Beach with the cost of living is very, very difficult. I mean, the average one bedroom apartment, you're looking at $1,500 a month. So when you're looking at the low salaries, I also wanted to address the percentage. That to me is a little bit of a farce. When you're offering the teachers 3% of $60,000 is a lot more than 3% of $20,000. So when you guys talk about parity or being equal, that to me is not equal. So you're giving a substantial amount of money more to the teachers. The other thing is that I feel that taking away the teachers from their teaching positions and making them administrators or TOSAs is a big mistake. Right now we are short on substitutes and they're giving these other jobs to the teachers. I see that my time is almost up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sergio. Apologies for not having you in order. Good evening. Is it Fatima?
Miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente, mi nombre es Ana Lara, soy madre de estudiantes de este distrito y represento a la red de Padres en Acción con Latinos in Action.
¿Sí me permites, Ana, para que te traduzca? Perdón, Ana, y bienvenida.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, board, superintendent, board members.
Ana Lara.
My name is Ana Lara. And I am mother of students of this district, and I represent Parents in Action and Latinos in Action.
Creo que deben empezar a pensar en hacer programas y actividades para niños desde kinder en adelante, que los estudiantes tengan espacios donde puedan sacar su energía y poder conectar con otros, donde aprendan a ser empáticos, solidarios, y así se evitaría toda esa violencia que cada vez se está incrementando.
I think that there should be programs in the different schools from kinder on to teach the children to be, to burn all their energy, to be empathetic and stand in solidarity and to avoid all the violence that's out there.
Otro punto importante, que no se castigue a los niños cuando tienen algún comportamiento no aceptable, sino que tengan ayuda para ellos y sus familias.
Another point is to not punish students when they have unacceptable behavior and to give help to them and their families.
Creo que se debe utilizar la justicia restaurativa ahora más que nunca. Hay que restaurar la paz y justicia a nuestra comunidad, que todos los estudiantes deben tener acceso a apoyo de salud mental dentro de las escuelas. Aunque hay grupos que nos proveen fuera de las escuelas, los estudiantes lo necesitan dentro de los planteles.
Okay, I think that now more than ever we need to incorporate restorative justice and teach peace in the schools and introduce mental health services inside the school. Although we are giving services from outside providers, I think it should be embedded in the school.
Y para terminar, también en algunas escuelas, por experiencia personal, veo que cuando hacen educación física, en estos tiempos de calor, los maestros son excelentes, pero no les permiten a nuestros niños que tomen agua. Y ellos tienen que terminar el periodo de PE para poder ir a tomar agua. Y es muy cansado y pues hasta se pueden desmayar. Muchas gracias.
And another point is that I've seen it from personal experience that during physical education, during these times when it's hot, the teachers don't excuse the students to drink water. They need to finish the class to be able to drink water, and I think it is very important to drink water. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ana.
Buenas noches.
Good night. Good night. Good evening. Welcome. Can you introduce yourself? Because I think my order is mixed up here. So let us know who you are.
It's all right. My name is Amanda Garcia.
Welcome, Amanda.
Yeah. My name is Amanda Garcia. I'm from Polytechnic High School, and I'm a member of the YesLB Youth Empowerment Summit of Latinos in Action, and I'm very concerned about all the lawsuits that are in Poly It gives me a lot of stress to know that at any moment there will be another lawsuit. I think that even if we have so many policemen, there's no control. I think that there should be other types of strategy and programs that help students who have problems. Each student must have access to mental health support within schools. Although there are groups that provide them outside of school, students still need them on the site because it would be easier access and they would be informed about it. I am addressing you, the board of directors, that you agree and help stop all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome. Can you please introduce yourself for us?
Yes, good evening. Hi, my name is Enrique Chavez. I am the Unit A Vice President. I'm here to speak on a non-agenda item. And it's regarding the raises for classified employees. Empathy is the ability to perceive and relate to the thoughts, emotions, or experiences of others. Empathy in the workplace is positively related to job performance. Managers who practice empathetic leadership toward direct reports are viewed as better performers in their jobs by their bosses. It's important to remember the difference between sympathy and empathy. On March 2nd, 2020, the former superintendent, Mr. Chris Steinhauser, and I quote what he says, "I feel confident about the position LBUSD is in financially. One of the big concerns I do have for the future is how do my own employees stay here, live here, raise their families here, because that's really, really important," he said. "That's how your community becomes better and stronger. When you run for re-election, will you be able to say, I did the best for the students in my district? Will you be able to say, I did the best for my employees? Will your students and employees say you did the best for them? Please authorize the raise for your essential employees." Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. Good evening, Gilbert.
Good evening, Dr. President Benitez and board members and superintendent staff. My name is Gilbert Bonilla Jr. I am the CSCA president for Long Beach Chapter 2. And I came here to, again, speak and advocate for our chapter members, or our members that work here. They're parents of the community that work here. Their children go here. And I still continue to get some calls that, they're concerned, especially during this, we're still in a pandemic. They're still having to make decisions. Am I gonna pay for rent? Am I gonna feed my children? Or am I gonna take them to the doctor? And we're really, really concerned that, we've heard, the district here, our district, is in better shape than a lot of other districts financially. They're financially healthy. Yet we do see other districts giving 5% raises to their classified. We're still feeling undervalued. We would like to, in good faith, we're not greedy. We're not asking for, a 20% increase in raise. We're just trying to make ends meet. People that are part-time have 2 or 3 jobs, probably not now because some of them have lost their jobs. And, they're concerned about rent, food, their children that go here. We want to be competitive. We want to be able to not lose people to other districts, which I also hear is happening. There's just a lot going with that. We're appealing because, to the parents that work here and the kids that go here, the people that live here. We're really hoping that you consider, that we're asking 7 cents on the dollar for a raise, and we really like to see that happen. you know, it's sad, you know, when I hear this, it's just the human appeal. I'm going to just end with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. And I'll try to go as quick as I can in the 40 seconds I have left. I'll paraphrase a quote by him. We are concerned about the constant use of federal funds to support this most notorious expression of segregation in regards to wages and health benefits. Of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it often results in physical death. And we've seen that a lot now with pandemic. It's reached our circles and our families. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you,
and
Gilbert.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Good evening. Can you please introduce yourself for us?
Hi, my name is Sharnae Davis, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my son, Alexander Davis. I wrote a statement that I'm going to read. Ever since Alex has attended Buffum to the current year, the district has done everything in their power to deny him services that he is legally entitled to. We have gone through all the appropriate channels in order to get help. If it had not been for outside sources, such as doctors and therapists, we would have not even known the services he needed and the types of services available to him, because the district purposely offers limited information. The board unanimously approved the district's $1.12 billion budget for the 2021 to 2022 school year on June 23rd. On top of that, you received $150 million in COVID-19 relief funds. This is a massive amount of money for kids like Alex to be declined services they need in order to be successful. Now you are also requiring parents of IEP students to sign a waiver to deny all IEP services in order to get independent study. So basically, you are receiving all this funding and you want to take away all these services for students with an IEP. How in good conscience can you do this? Parents should not have to go to the lengths of filing a lawsuit in order to get the services their student is entitled to under the law. This is beyond frustrating, disappointing, and disgusting. Alex and all children like him deserve to have every opportunity available to them that is going to enhance their lives. They deserve to live the best life possible. These children are our community and our future, and it is my hope that the board will really listen to these concerns and adjust the policies on how these children are being treated and discriminated against. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharnae. Good evening.
Peter Atwood, and I guess my first order of business is to serve a federal complaint on the superintendent, so let me step up and do that.
Peter, we're going to ask you to hand it. Peter, we're going to ask you to remain at the podium, please. If you have anything to hand, Peter, hand it to one of our staff.
I was just acting as a federal process server and doing my job. So Dr. Baker does have the federal complaint? Do I have an answer to that? Okay, perfect. Okay, well, the reason for all of this is because we wanted, and it was my client who came first, we wanted an independent evaluation by the proper person, and the district decided they wanted to spend thousands of dollars and spend all kinds of time in order to try to avoid doing that after failing to file like they were supposed to. and so now it's in the district court. I'm thinking that it would make more sense if the district were interested in doing things for kids instead of litigating in order to avoid it.
Thank you, Leticia. So we have 7 more minutes. Okay. Good evening. Can you introduce yourself for us?
Hi, my name is Maisha McCoy.
Welcome back, Maisha.
Thank you. So the purpose of me coming back was to talk about something that's not on the non-agenda. I would like to bring up that I have contacted the administration in regards to excessive abuse on my children. 2 of my boys was assaulted. One was assaulted by a staff member. I have video footage. And the other one was assaulted by a school police officer because he assumed that my son was going to attack the principal. He threw my son against the wall, threw him on the floor and on the table. His hand was messed up, and it was administration that witnessed that incident. The second one was that my son, he got choked out by a school counselor, by a school teacher because they tried to jump my son. The thing is, this ongoing problem with happening at Milliken, it wouldn't have never happened if the administration would have investigated when I told them what happened with my boys. My boys had got into a fight at the beginning of the school year because something occurred during the summertime with this same group of kids, and they didn't want to listen to me. After me apparently doing an investigation, going on 562 websites, seeing all the stuff that's going on, I brought it to the administration attention. They didn't do nothing about it. What they did was they told me my children's safety is more important, so we want to move them schools. No, my son was choked out because he was a victim. 2 boys tried to jump him, and he was a victim, and he got choked out because he was aggressively. They not only choked my son out, they put him in the back of the police car due to a pending investigation, which is everybody should have been in the back of the police car, not just my 2 boys, all the boys that was involved. They moved schools because there's witnesses at that school that knows exactly what's going on, and they know that if I get a hold to those witnesses, that I'll be able to bring it to your attention. I don't know the security guard name, but he's sitting outside right there in that car, the one who did what he did to my son, and his justification was he thought he was going to attack the school principal. No, you don't take it upon yourself and abuse nobody's child. I send my children to school to get an education, not to get abused, not to get withdrawn from school because of whatever reason that they got withdrawn. Not only that, it was the incident that happened at Dollar Tree. The campus security guard got the video footages when a grown man body slammed my son on the ground. I said, why did you call campus security? They said because it was in a mile radius of the school, and it happened during school hours with the whole football team from Milliken. I have not yet to see those video footages, but my sister seen it, and my son was involved. I have not been notified about them getting arrested or a little ticket because they accused them of stealing, but no video footage of the boy stealing. But the Dollar Tree guy came out, left his cashier desk, tried to attack the kids with a knife, and body slammed my son on the ground, then used gang-affiliated things to them, and then after that, that's when all the stuff started happening at Milliken. So I am requesting to have a sit-down meeting so the investigation, I can find out what's going on with my sons in their case. And also one more thing, my sons are supposed to go back to school to Milliken.
Thank you, Maisha. Your time is up, but someone from our district will follow up on this.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. James, was that our last one? Okay, so I want to thank every single one of our community members that came out to our school board meeting tonight to provide public comment. As I mentioned earlier today, public comments are extremely important for us, and we need to keep hearing from you. So thank you to everyone that took the time and provided public comment for us. Let's take a short break, and then we'll come back with staff reports. Dr. Baker. Okay, everyone. Just going to ask everyone to settle back in so that we can continue with our staff report tonight. So, Dr. Baker, can you walk us through our staff report items?
Sure, thank you. This evening we have 3 staff reports. The first will be introduced by Dr. Kale and is about Long Beach Unified Tutoring.
Okay, I'm really happy to introduce Tammy Lavelle. She is our new Director of District Initiatives, and she's leading several programs and initiatives in support of our Learning and Acceleration Plan. So tonight she will briefly share our work in selecting vendors for tutoring services for students, which has been a collaborative effort with our business departments and level offices.
Good evening, Board President Benitez, board members, executive staff, and our viewing community. As Dr. Kell shared, I'm here to share a brief update about a new district tutoring initiative that will be supported by 5 tutoring contracts that are being recommended for approval this evening. These contracts are listed on line item 39 of our purchasing contract in tonight's agenda. So currently in Long Beach, we have 2 models for tutoring. One model are those models that are solely site designed, facilitated, and implemented, and the others are site designed but co-facilitated and implemented by tutoring companies and that have current negotiated contracts with our district. All of these current tutoring programs will continue for students who qualify for them. The 5 tutoring companies that are being recommended for approval tonight will support a new Long Beach Unified School District tutoring initiative that is part of our Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. This initiative is listed under Pillar 1 of our Academic Acceleration and Pillar 1, which is Academic Acceleration and Support, as it is designed to accelerate student learning in foundational reading skills and math, and can be found under each grade span of Pillar 1. These areas for support match national COVID impact trends and some of our own preliminary district student data that demonstrate a greater opportunity for acceleration in math as compared to reading to lessen the impact of the pandemic on learning. So as we began to think about accelerated support for our students using tutoring, we analyzed our own current models, and we also studied and learned about other effective models such as high dosage and high dosage-like models. The second time that I learned about high dosage tutoring was during one of the many community advisory meetings that I was attending with Dr. Baker last year as her assistant. And we heard the recommendation from one of our community advisors that our district needed to look into high dosage tutoring. And I just wanted to acknowledge that this initiative is shaped by that community member's input. We adapted characteristics from all models that we studied and agreed to the following characteristics for effective tutoring in Long Beach Unified School District. Many of our current tutoring models meet these characteristics, but our goal with this new initiative is not to stop any of those models, but to supplement with another model that consistently meets the following criteria: that it is taught by credentialed teachers when possible, or the most highly effective tutors, that it is provided for a minimum of 3 days a week for at least 30 minutes, with a strong recommendation for 20 minutes for our youngest students and 45 to 60 for our oldest, that students receive these services individually or in groups of 5 or less. This service may be offered during, after, before, and as part of the regular school day, including Saturdays, that the service will be aligned and supported to follow the classroom curriculum and pacing, that ongoing professional development will be provided to the tutors from the vendors that they work for and from our district, And the program is designed to center relationships. Our goal is that the tutor remains the same throughout the tutoring cycle and intentionally provides support that increases our students' sense of belonging. And before I end, I just want to share with all of you some information about where we've been, where we are, and our next steps with the initiative. So all of the research began in late spring. The last 2 months, we've been engaged in the request for proposal process. We received 16 proposals, 14 met our criteria, and 5 were selected. Currently, we are continuing to work on a very detailed implementation plan with lead teams from each level and curriculum leaders from OCIPD. This plan includes a very detailed description of the responsibilities for the designees who will be facilitating this initiative at school sites and the support they will receive to meet those expectations. We are also completing a matrix of vendor support. This initiative is for all our scholars, and we want to maximize vendor offerings such as support for our students who are learning English as a second language, have a disability, or may need online support. This month, we are working with research to design central monitoring systems and tools to assess both our implementation efforts and student progress. And then finally, our families of students who qualify for this initiative or this intervention will be notified starting November 1st, which is the date that follows our window for our iReady assessment that will help us gather data to support students' learning and acceleration. And that is my update. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Tammy. Colleagues, any questions?
Can I start?
Yeah,
I
Mr.
think you might have answered it at the very end, but as I look at at least the initial plan, I'm excited about this, first off.
Okay.
But I guess the part that I'm most interested in when we talk about this initiative is how do we gauge success?
Mhm.
So in regards to this tutoring plan, first off, how many students do we anticipate being a part of this process? And then once again, what are going to be our metrics to success when we talk
Right.
about this program as a whole?
Right. So we're going to be using our new iReady assessment to determine growth for our students. So we're starting with that as a metric that we're going to be using. And so I'm working closely with research so that we can also determine what other assessments we have that will determine the success of for our students, such as our foundational reading skill assessment that we already have. So that will be another assessment that we are planning to use. We haven't finalized those plans, but we definitely will have student outcome data. And then also, we will be using an intervention tracker to assess our implementation efforts with each of the different programs that will be offered at our different sites.
I love it. Do we have an anticipated number of students that will take advantage of this
No,
opportunity?
we do not at this point have a number. It will be dependent on the allocation of, I think I want to defer to Ms. Takahashi for that part, because it will be based on an allocation of resources to sites, and then dependent on that allocation, we'll be able to determine the number of students that would
Okay.
be able to use the service.
Fair enough.
Is that good?
Follow-up from me, Mr. Miller, thank you, related to that question. Actually, I have 2 questions, and I'm also, it's also great to hear that we are expanding our tutoring opportunities. That's one of the things for the last 2 years that we've heard from community members, whether it be through our LCAP process, through our budget engagement process, and then we had public comment tonight that also
Right.
referred to tutoring. So 2 questions, one related to Mr. Miller's, but I'll be more specific. What are we thinking about in terms of, you use the word qualify, for families that qualify, in terms of who will be able to qualify for tutoring? And second, I heard a reference to students with disabilities, so wondering if we could talk a little bit more about how this aligns with our students on IEPs and students with disabilities.
Right. So all of our students may participate in this initiative. One of the things that we did with our RFP was really, as we vetted the applications of the different vendors who were applying, we were looking specifically for their expertise with how they support all students. And so as we created a matrix, we have a matrix we've created, I'm pleased to report that we were able to include for every one of the 5 vendors that they do have offerings that do support our students with disabilities and our English language learners. And so that was something that was important to us in this process, and something that all 5 of the vendors did say that they have support in place for our students. And your second.
Thank you. And I guess this goes back to the question to Ms. Takahashi. So if we have a lot of families that may want to access our tutoring opportunities,
Yes.
Really they should go through their individual school sites, because that's how the
Right.
opportunities will be allocated? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and it is one offering in a school's response to intervention. So this is one of those services that will be offered to our students.
Mr. Otto?
So what's the capacity for the program approximately? I mean, I assume it's not 68,000 students.
So there is $150,000 of seed funding to start for each of the 5 contracts, and then there is room to move the amount upward in the event, as need is determined at school sites.
Okay, so 200 students, 300, 100?
Oh, so if we looked at, the average hourly is about $50 per student.
Got it, okay.
So to do the math, I don't have that number, but it's definitely something that we could work out and share with you.
Okay, well, and how long can it last for? Is this money that to get us out of the pandemic and to pick up losses that we had? Or can this be sustainable or up to some kind of scale at some point?
Yeah, this is being funded out of supplemental funds. Some of it you'll hear about when Ms. Takahashi talks about ESSER 3. So tutoring funds are coming out of our COVID relief funds, both federal and state money. The reason it's hard to answer is that also this is in tandem with other tutoring efforts that go on at the school level. So when Ms. Lavelle talked about school site, schools also have large allocations of LCFF funds. Title I schools have Title I money. So this is a layer in addition to that.
Got it.
In a future meeting, you'll hear Dr. Simon talk about specialized support for our students with disabilities in addition to those who can access through this. So what's different about this process is that we have not in the past ever done an RFP for tutoring services.
Yeah.
And that grew out of just not wanting to just have anybody tutoring students without going through a really strong process to determine both for them to prove their effectiveness prior to coming to us and the ability to meet the specific subgroups and the needs that we want for our students. And so having an RFP allowed Tammy and team to look at all of their data and to pose requirements and to not just have any company come in. As she said, there were 14 applicants through the RFP process, and five were ultimately selected. So this is a rigorous process that we think sets up what we want for our students to be something other than just like your average tutoring program.
Good. Thank you.
Dr. Baker, just to build on Mr. Otto's question. So we saw that for many families, how important our new summer school opportunities were. My hope would be that if we had a lot of families interested in tutoring, that your team would come back to us and request additional funds to be allocated to this, given that like I said, many families have shared their interest in having tutoring for their students.
Yes, and I think Tammy used the term seed funding, so this is the beginning, and as these contracts are used up and we measure the effectiveness and the way that the tutoring agencies work with our schools, then we would absolutely be back to you.
Thank you,
requesting
Dr. Baker.
additional funds.
Ms. Kerr?
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you calling out, and I can see it very clearly, that this reflects, the whole process actually reflects what the community gave us as input, suggestions that they gave us, research that they did on their own, and that they brought to the table for us to consider. So when we talk about giving community input and coming to talk to us and wanting to know where you see it, this is one example that's really clearly spells out some asks and concerns that different community groups brought. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And Dr. Baker, thank you for explaining the RFP process and why that's different for us. And that I would imagine with these 5 contracts, it's possible that we may have some agencies that really work incredibly well with our schools and show themselves to be more effective than some of the others. And so this allows for the opportunity to grow those ones that we find are most effective with our students. Was I hearing that correctly? Okay. And then specifically, when can our students expect to hear from their schools? So you said November 1st, families will hear. Will they be hearing it directly from their school sites? So they should anticipate very specific contact, not district level contact, but from their school site?
Yes, they will be hearing from their school sites beginning November 1st. So our window for our first iReady assessment window ends at the end of October. So we will have data at that point so that schools can start to determine those students that qualify for this initiative. And so November 1st would be the earliest date that families will start to hear. So we'll need to be patient for probably that first week or so as we start to hear from our schools.
And also, just for clarification, that all students can expect communication. Students with IEPs, our English language learners, that there is no differentiation between that. It is all students will begin to be contacted November 1st and as data becomes available, so that
if they qualify.
If they qualify.
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
I thought I had heard it correctly, but now again I'm hearing the term "if they qualify." I don't know what that means if everyone is able to.
So there is a criteria for students, and it is right now we are looking at 2 years below on our iReady assessments.
Specific to these contracts. So this is one element of tutoring.
Yes.
What Tammy's office will be training in is the criteria for effective tutoring is not just for these companies. It's establishing that expectation for schools who offer their own tutoring through their own teachers, through other resources that the curriculum office provides, through the level office, the way that they're organizing tutoring from the level. So it's one aspect of tutoring that comes in concert with many other offerings of tutoring.
And it will be specific on iReady results that are being that's going on right now, Dr. Baker?
Yeah, so I was going to jump in on that, and Tammy, you're welcome to interrupt me, but iReady is going to become a common term in Long Beach Unified School District because it's a way of diagnosing students in the moment. It's formative information so that we can, teachers in classrooms can group students for specialized instruction. They can refer them for tutoring. They can use that data for ongoing progress monitoring. And it's a new tool for us in Long Beach Unified. So that data will then feed right into the ability for principals and teachers to make decisions about how to group students in these small groups for supplemental instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. And as I shared with you today, I know of at least one student that's already interacted with iReady this week. So I think it would be great if we could get an update in November, just to get a sense of where we're at with even if it's just with the initial interest, how many students and families qualified, and then maybe in connection to Mr. Brown, giving us an update on those, first iReady numbers that we get. Thank you, Dr. Baker.
Okay.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kale. So our next item is board area redistricting. Ms. Takahashi?
So I'm pleased to be here with Justin Rich from Cooperative Strategies again to talk to you about the redistricting process that we'll undergo for this year. We'll go over the adjusted data that was released on September 20th, the adjusted census data. We had preliminary data for you last month, but we now have the adjusted data, so we'll review that data with you. We'll want to go into a discussion with you about potential board criteria that we would utilize in drafting maps, and talk about some of the community input that we've received. So just as a reminder, that after every census, which happens every 10 years, the school district should review the population data to determine if their voting areas are still within the allowable population variance, and to make any necessary adjustments to ensure population balance. And the target date for approval of our new map would be December 1st, 2021. Just again, a reminder to the community about what redistricting is. It's a process by which a district ensures population balance of Board of Education areas. It's designed for elections, and it does not change or determine school attendance boundaries. So some of the community input we received, again, was about school attendance boundaries and where students should be going to school. So we'll continue to try to clarify that with the public. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Justin to go to review the population data with you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. I'll start out with the district's current trustee area map. This is a good way to orient ourselves. And you'll notice just for that orientation, in the northwestern part of the district is trustee area 1, and then really working counterclockwise are trustee area 2, 3, 4, and 5. We also have some additional maps later in the presentation, which will show some additional information, but this is a good starting point for us. So we have a table here that shows the population and the demographics. This will look familiar because it's similar to last time. There's a couple of things I want to point out. First of all, the total population is 518,659. That's about 2,000 more than the preliminary data that we shared with you. So that's larger. And what that means is that when we have 5 trustee areas, the ideal size would be 103,000, roughly 732. Now, the variance that I'm going to share with you, the population variance, what that means, that's the divergence from that ideal trustee area size. And so those are either negative percentages or positive percentages. And that just shows whether or not, how far out of balance we are. As I was reviewing this, I did notice one thing, and I hope that this is not confusing. So I just want to point out an oversight where we've labeled them as trustee area A, B, C, D, and E, and my apologies for that. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, so hopefully that doesn't cause too much confusion. What you'll see is that trustee area 5 is the largest just in terms of total population, and that's about 6.8% above that ideal target I shared with you. And then the smallest is area 3, which is 7.2% less than that ideal. I'll also point out that the largest protected class is the Latinx group, and they make up a plurality, not a majority, but a plurality in 3 of the trustee areas. In trustee area 1, just about 43%, trustee area 2, 42%, and trustee area 3, 36%. We're basing that off of citizen voting age population, and I think you'll remember last time, that's a proxy that is used in these types of map drawings to show who's likely to vote in an election. Now, the district commissioned a survey on their site that people could voluntarily fill out, and it had a couple of questions on that survey, and frankly, I think these are really artfully worded. They were open-ended questions that allowed people to share input that is quite helpful for us when we're going and drawing maps, and I think helpful for you just in terms of identifying those themes that are important to them. And the first question was, what binds your community together or creates its shared identity? And I was certainly waiting to see what those responses were, but then also followed up and asked, where is that community located? And that was also interesting. So the district received 79 responses, and I think it showcases some broad themes. Some of the top scoring ones, or those most often cited, had to do with schools, parks, and childcare. I imagine that is comforting for you all. And there was other things as well that I think again show kind of how people orient themselves or how they gravitate just in terms of communities. And we'll also show some information about the various neighborhoods that are within the district, and that'll be a data point that we'll use as we're drawing these maps. And then in terms of where those communities are located, again, we have the top response was by neighborhood, also regionally and city, but then also by school. So I think that's an important consideration that we should be looking at as well. So we have a map that highlights the various neighborhoods in Long Beach Unified, and that's coming up in a couple of slides here.
One.
Yeah, did we want to hold to the end of the presentation, Justin, or are you free to answer questions in between?
Yeah, I think it's helpful if we answer questions as we go. No
Mr.
one's
Otto.
opposed to that?
So you got 79 responses. How large was the survey? How many did you try and reach?
So this survey is posted on the district's website. We've sent out some notices to the community that the survey is available to be taken. We'd like as many people as possible to take the survey.
Right.
We've got a little over 80 now.
A little over?
80.
Oh, so you've got 80 responses, and it's available to everybody?
It's available to anyone to
okay.
access, yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about the survey, Yumi? Does the question, what binds your community together or creates a shared identity, is that an open-ended
Yes, it is.
question? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I didn't read through the description of that, but I think it's helpful because it gives some people some examples of how they might view a community. And so I'll skip back to that. An identity can include shared histories, values, and interests. You may include demographic data about the residents of the community, information about the community's history, and how this community currently engages with the political process. Again, I think it was quite artfully worded.
Justin, I do have one comment about that question. That's why I asked if it was open-ended. I think the two striking things that are missing, whether we use them as prompts or as options, are language and immigration experience. All right, given the diversity that the data shows, it may be helpful because folks may think culture includes language and identity. That folks may interpret that as, oh, that's attached to my immigrant experience as well. So just some thoughts about wording and what we're trying to get from the survey responses.
Certainly, that makes sense. I do think the survey was also offered in Spanish, and we have some numbers on how many were filled out in Spanish, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry.
That's okay. So, thank you for pointing that out, Dr. Benitez. One thing that I can point out is that some respondents did comment on immigration and also language diversity. So the open-endedness did point that out on certain respondents. We only had 2 Spanish respondents and 0 Khmer respondents as of last week. So there's a couple more that we haven't taken a look at, but I can certainly get that data to you.
Yeah, and I think that becomes even more important when we look at the demographic breakdown by region, right? That if we're getting responses from some regions disproportionately from some of our subgroups compared to other regions, I think that's where, again, the data, I think, irrespective of whether we want to, get 1,000 responses or not, that if 3 of our areas have a plurality of our Latinx communities, yet we're only getting 2 responses from our Latinx communities, I think that has serious implications for the process.
So we prepared a map that shows the various trustee areas coded by different color. What we've also included on here is the variance. Again, those are either positive or negative values that show whether they're above or below the ideal size. And what it shows you that is in the south end of the district, those trustee areas are below the ideal, while the northern portion of the district, just generally speaking, is above the ideal. We also included another look at this where we overlaid the neighborhood boundaries as provided by the cities, just to show all of the individual neighborhoods and how those are reflected based on the current areas.
In the PowerPoint, it is very small and it's very difficult to read, so we have provided you an expanded and enlarged version of this neighborhood map.
Mr. Otto, and then I just kind of want to be, I want to remind folks that I'm colorblind, so some of the color coding to me, so even if it's just a darker boundary around the district would be helpful. Thank you. Mr. Otto.
Sure. And is there any special efforts that are made to try and get people to respond to the surveys? I mean, I know it's up on the website, but is there anything else? I use a funny term. Are there any like unobtrusive measures that you use to measure or to try and get people to respond?
Working with the communications office, we have proactively sent out messages to the community, and we will continue to do so to encourage them to take the survey. And so we are being very proactive in terms of encouraging families and community members to complete the survey.
Through the website or in other ways?
Through the website as well as messages as well to the community.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Grayson, that's another good one for you.
I'm going to go back to the various considerations that go into drawing maps, and this may be repetitive. You'll remember from last time, I really categorize these 2 different ways: the things that we must do and then the things that we should do as well. And those first 2 considerations are things that we must do. First and foremost, we should balance the areas as much as possible. And there can be some variance. Generally, that is less than 10%. I will point out that you are above that 10% threshold, so that would indicate that we would need to redraw maps in order to balance populations. So that's the first thing that we must do. And the second thing is that they should be drawn to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act. What that means is that we don't inhibit the ability of a protected class to elect the candidate of their choice. In this context, the way that the Federal Voting Rights Act defines that are racial and language minority groups. So we have to be mindful of how we draw lines so that we're not either packing or cracking those groups such that they have less of a voice as a result of that. So once we check those boxes, then we also want to keep areas compact and contiguous as much as possible. We want to respect communities of interest as much as possible. And oftentimes we will follow human-made and natural geographic features oftentimes those are the boundaries for these communities of interest.
Justin, one quick question for Mr. Otto.
Yeah, I heard you use, I think, the terms hacking and cracking. Can you tell us what those mean?
Sure.
I've heard them, but I don't remember.
Yeah, packing with a P and cracking. And packing would be a situation where you would take a protected class and you would lump them all together such that by doing that, you put all of their voting voice or their ability to share their voice into one area and keeping another area perhaps smaller in terms of that concentration. So that would be packing, and then cracking would be dividing them such that they may not constitute a majority, or that you dilute their ability to vote as one voice.
Okay, thank you.
I think oftentimes when we hear about gerrymandering, those are the types of tactics that are used to accomplish those two different goals.
Got it.
Also, we may not favor, discriminate against a political party, and other local considerations. I think I shared last time, whether it's neighborhoods or could be where schools are located or the attendance boundaries for those schools. Those things are oftentimes considered by K-12 districts as they're drawing maps. And then I think just a question, and this is one that we left with you last time that will be helpful for us as we start to draw different map scenarios for you, is what would you like to see maintained in a new map? What about the current boundaries work well? And then conversely, what would you like to see improved in a new map? If there's aspects of the current map that don't work as well, that kind of input is really helpful for us as demographers, so that when we go and draw maps, we can take that tangible, those observations and incorporate it.
So again, our timeline for activities, we're here presenting the new review of the new census data. October 20th, we'll be back with the draft maps for review. We'll utilize November 3rd if needed to review those maps again. In November, we will conduct community meetings to review the draft maps with the community and to seek their input in the process. So that we'll hold not only community meetings, but also have an online survey so people can provide feedback online on the maps that are out there. And then December 1st, we would be before you with the board approval or proposal for board approval. So again, this is where the community can get engaged. We have our redistricting webpage on the school website, the school district website. Our community of interest survey will continue to be open throughout this entire process. We'll have our community meetings, and again, for the community to review the draft maps, provide their feedback as well. There will be an online tool to provide us feedback on the draft maps as well. And so if you'd like to provide us some feedback in terms of board criteria as we move forward and come back to you on October 20th, as well as we entertain additional questions.
So we have Ms. Craighead, Mr. Otto, and then if my other colleagues want to chime in.
Thank you. I have, I guess, a suggestion for what works well for the map. And my suggestion would be to keep the Lakewood schools in the same district, because the city of Lakewood already has to deal with several different school districts, and I think it would be very complicated to add different board members from our school district that they would additionally need to deal with. And I think it works out well that we have one board member from the district as a liaison with the city of Lakewood. So that would be my suggestion. I know it's not quite the same for the, other smaller cities, but I think for Lakewood that would be especially helpful.
Mr. Otto?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, and I think you said this last time, that it kind of depends on the definition of community of interest, and there are different ways of thinking about that. And when I look at the demographics, the numbers that we have, I suspect that the Hispanic ones are historically underrepresented or maybe underperforming. And do you think about things like, are there ways to think about those things and yet they're and unresponsive, meaning that they're not, of the 79 or 80 people that have responded, you got 2 Hispanics. So I want to make sure that their voices get heard. And that's why I wondered whether there wasn't some way to do outreach to make sure that if they had ideas that people, and, you know, that weren't being considered, there was a way to say, well, wait a minute, let's think about that and do that. I remember reading, it was a social psychology study a long time ago where they were trying to figure out what the most successful exhibits were at the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, and they tried all kinds of things, and finally they said, well, let's look at how often we have to replace the tiles in front of the exhibits, and the hatching chickens exhibit was the most popular, and they said, yeah, that gives us information that we wouldn't have had otherwise. It was important to what they were looking for there. This is obviously not that, but anyway, I'm looking for ways to make sure that everybody that's got a stake in this gets an opportunity, even if it requires more outreach, to reach out to them. So.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. And namely targeted outreach, because we know which communities we're talking about. So I have a couple of thoughts about this. And one of them includes, and I don't even know if it's viable to put something together, because the city is also challenged right now in terms of the same communities that we're trying to engage. And I don't, quite frankly, think that anything's going to happen between their process and our process in terms of something magical happening where community members are going to become interested in the redistricting process. So I think similar to the kinds of videos that our esteemed exec staff here has been doing, to do a couple of educational videos on what the redistricting process is, because that actually means something than to just get a link or a text saying, hey, the survey is now open. Many of our community members don't know what the implications of this survey are and or what redistricting is, precisely from our, Kamai speaking communities, our Tagalog speaking communities, our Spanish speaking communities, our African American communities. So I think that's one, right, that we need targeted messaging, but educational messaging, not just letting folks know there's a process for redistricting going on. I think in addition to that, we have district spaces like our DCAC meetings, our DLAC meetings. We have wonderful work going on at Whittier Elementary School with our Cambodian community. So I think we have to leverage those spaces in a targeted way, because that way we're coming to our communities, right? And then lastly, I think I appreciate the overlay of neighborhoods with our districts. One thing to think about as we're getting responses, particularly to open-ended questions, is that between the last 2 censuses, our city has changed in terms of not demographic shifts, but regional geographic identities. So what folks called West Long Beach is different than what West Long Beach is today. What folks referred to as Central Long Beach is different in terms of how our communities think about what Central Long Beach is, for that matter, what North Long Beach is, what downtown is. So I would suggest, again, some way to thread that out of the responses, particularly when we're talking about geographic location and geographic identity as it relates to that. So I have other thoughts, right? I'm happy to, I don't want to hog up time here. But I have one question for our expert here, Justin. So given your reference to the variance already as a point of interest for us to think through, what stands out to you more, the variance around total population across our respective districts, or the variance around the citizen voting age population? Because for at least 3 of our districts that have large numbers of non-white population, I think there's also a disproportionate number of citizen voting age population. So how do you approach that question, Justin, in terms of what are we looking at, not just in terms of variance by district size, but in terms of our citizen voting age population?
Yeah, I think it's fairly common to see that disconnect between the total population versus the citizen voting age population. I think what that shows us is that for some of these protected classes, they skew younger. And I wonder if 10 years from now we'll be looking at a different dynamic. I don't think that's unlike what's happening nationally. But certainly that does strike you, right? I mean, you look at the percentages and there can be large differences. And again, generally, I think that's because those protected classes skew younger. I think just to talk about the total population of each district, like you brought up, I was a bit surprised that with all of the development and things that are happening downtown, that there's not, larger, or that there was not the same increase in population that there was in other areas. So that's something that stands out to me, just being on the outside looking in. Yeah, I think those are the 2 things.
So I guess I'll be more specific, Justin. Does it matter more to have a variance on total population versus a variance on citizen voting age population? Or are they equally weighted?
Oh, yeah, thank you, and thanks for clarifying. In terms of balancing populations, we must use the total population provided by the census. That's the one person, one vote doctrine. Although the citizen voting age population, in terms of the total numbers of those, that's a tool that we use to evaluate whether or not we're in compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act. Again, because the practical application of just, again, using that example of those protected classes skewing younger, just because you had a majority-minority district based on total population doesn't mean that's who's actually going to be voting in elections. And that's what we're more interested in, so that their voice is being heard, if that makes sense.
It does, and I wanted to confirm that, and that was my assumption. So I think it would be wise for you to provide us and the public variances on citizen voting age populations, not just on overall total populations within our district. And as a part of that, I think it would also be helpful to get a similar chart for 2010 so that we can see and think through what you just referred to, right? Where did those shifts happen between 2010 and 2020?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Otto.
Yeah. And I don't know whether this would be useful or not, but I used to be on the community college board, and I remember when I had to buy or spend money to do a ballot statement. And my ballot statement was so much more expensive than it was in my area, which is Area 4, from what it was for the people running in Area 2, because it's based on the number of people that had voted. And so I wonder whether that's useful information, not just the voters, but the actual people that vote. I'm not saying necessarily, it's one of what I refer to obliquely as an unobtrusive measure. I mean, is it important to understand whether people not only could vote, but actually do vote or did vote, and does it provide any information about how to look for people? I don't know. I'm just, I got this yesterday, so I haven't had a lot of time to think about it.
Sure. Would you suggest that we would use that as a consideration for drawing maps and try to balance based on voters? I'm not sure that would work.
Yeah. And me either. Like I said, I haven't had enough time to really think it through given what it is. I know, because I real quickly last night looked at the City of Long Beach process, which is different because it's much more political. It's the same, but you know, the issues are different and whatnot. But they're doing this from June to February of next year, and there's a lot, you know, there are a lot of meetings and a lot of stuff. But we're on such a fast track here that I want to make sure we get as much information as we can so that we can define our communities of interest as they pertain to education and the education district. So I'm just kind of throwing out ideas
Yeah.
at this point.
No, it's an interesting point, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Miller.
I think Doug and Juan already hit on a topic that I wanted to address, and I'm going to try and break it down in the simplest form possible here. So when we're talking about the redistricting of the city of Long Beach, this is based around elections and representation, correct?
Correct.
So if that is the case, then not only should we be focused on having a somewhat even number of people represented in each district, but also an even number of people of the voting age in each district. And the reason why I say this is to think about it in the most simplest terms of if you have 100 pennies and 100 nickels. Yeah, we both have 100, but obviously one has a lot more value because of the value of what you've been given. Very similar to having 103 people in one district and 103 people in another. But if 80% of them or 75% of them are of the voting age, in all honesty, that's still not a fair judgment of what the city of Long Beach is. So I would really like for that to be something that we consider when we go through this process.
And just to clarify, that's basing the not only total population, but the citizen voting age population as well? Yeah, I'm not an attorney. I will tell you what they have shared with me is that basing it off the total population is a requirement. And the fact that citizen voting age population is a tool that's used, again, as a proxy to determine whether or not you are dividing certain communities, those protected classes, but that you would not balance based on citizen voting age population.
Even if, Justin, just to be clear, even if there's a huge variance on the citizen voting age population, as long as the total population in the districts are, more even, we do not take that into account whatsoever?
Certainly you can take that into consideration if the total population of those other areas are balanced.
Yes.
Yes.
And wouldn't that be a criteria to then determine if we're going to change respective district boundaries, that we take into account, whether we're changing north or east or expanding south, that we take the citizen voting age population into consideration if we're trying to even out the total population? Is that a correct assumption?
Certainly,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, there's nothing that precludes you from taking that into consideration. It's just in terms of when we're looking at whether or not they're balanced, it must be based on
Correct.
the total population.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other thoughts or questions, colleagues?
Just a process question. I know you're talking about bringing back information on the 20th. So as we take this and look at it, what is the best and way to submit to you? If we come up with any additional questions, do we send them to you, Yumi, or how would that work?
Yeah, sure. I could take additional questions, or if you have any input in terms of the criteria that you'd like to see added.
Thank you, Yumi. Thank you, Justin. Dr. Baker, let's go into our Learning Acceleration and Support Plan.
Actually, I'm turning back to Ms. Takahashi for an update on ESSER 3 funds in relation to our Learning Acceleration and Support Plan.
So, thank you. So I'm pleased to be here with James Suarez to provide context for an item that we will be bringing to you on October 20th. We'll be asking you to approve a plan for ESSER 3 funding. ESSER, if you remember, is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Dollar. So this is a part of the large tranche of federal relief dollars that that we have received and that we have planned for. So we just wanted this is a required plan that for approval for the board, and we just wanted to put that plan into the wider context of the budget and program planning that we've done, as well as the budget engagement that we have done and will continue to do. So we always want to ground our conversations when we're talking about the federal relief dollars and some of our supplemental funding in the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. So this is our comprehensive plan addressing core instruction, interventions for students in need of additional support. It's a plan that's transparent and that relies on community engagement and is continually improved. You'll remember this pyramid from when we adopted the budget, and it shows the various levels of funding that the district received. This is our entire general fund budget. It consists of the local control funding formula that was encapsulated in the local control accountability plan. On top of that, we have state grants and entitlements, of which you approved a plan, the extended learning opportunities plan, and the in-person instruction grant plan, as well as on top of that were our federal grants and entitlements, and part of the ESSER funding is there as well. And so all of these three levels have funding that is associated with programs in the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. And you also remember that we have always viewed these supplemental relief funds in a multi-year fashion. So planning in a 3-year cycle. So here you'll see the various types of relief funding that the district has received. And you'll see at the bottom in yellow, the ESSER $3 that we have always planned for, and essentially that we will access in 22-23 and 23-24. So we have to approve a plan for the use of those dollars now, but our intention has always been to access those funds next year and then the year after. And here's a view of those dollars from the program perspective. And you'll see that these dollars broken out by pillars encapsulated in the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. And you'll see that the ESSER $3 fund the major components of the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan in years 2 and 3. So we asked that we look at the ESSER $3 not in isolation, but they work as a component of the braided funding that we are using to support the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. So these funds are earmarked for years 2 and 3 of our funding. They are not set in stone. We will continually engage the community as well as look at the programs of which we are funded and do thorough program reviews. But essentially at the outset, these funds are earmarked to support years 2 and 3 of the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. And so now I will turn it over to Mr. James Suarez to go through the ESSER 3 template that you will see.
Thank you, Yumi. Good evening. I've been asked to talk about the template as well as engagement processes. So we'll start with the template. This template looks and feels, or should look and feel very familiar to you because it looks like previous state plans that we've done, such as the Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP, and the Expanded Opportunities Plan. In this ESSER 3 template, there are 5 basic components, and you can see those components on the left-hand bullets, 5 main bullets. And I'll start with the first one. It's planned ESSER 3 expenditures. This section shows the total expenditures planned for each of the 3 buckets of allowable uses. I'm going to detail those buckets in a moment. The community engagement section details the efforts to garner input from the community. We plan to add both current and past efforts since we envisioned the ELO, the ESSER 1, and ESSER 2 interventions with multi-year expenditures extending into this ESSER 3 window. The next section is actions to address student needs. This is a key section that details the interventions and the activities that are planned. This is where the 3 buckets of allowable uses will appear, and I'm going to get to that in the next slide, so please be patient. The next section is ensuring interventions are addressing student needs, and this section shows that the actions and interventions planned will respond to the academic, social-emotional needs of students by detailing how each action is monitored. And the last section, which actually is the first section of the template, is called Other Plans Referenced. And I want to make sure that we identify the use of previously board-approved plans, such as the LCAP, that may pertain to this ESSER plan. As mentioned, we envision the ELO, ESSER 1, and ESSER 2 budgets with multi-year expenditures, and some of those actions will extend into this ESSER 3 plan. So in the template, it really envisions content in these 3 buckets of eligible actions and expenditures to address student need. And these buckets are shown on blue in the slide. And Dr. Benitez, I am colorblind as well, so I hope that is blue because it might not be. Me too, because I'm right there with you. So these 3 buckets that are mandated in the template are strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning. So this section is going to focus on how Long Beach Unified uses ESSER 3 funds to safely operate schools for in-person learning that will reduce or prevent the spread of COVID. The second bucket is going to address the impact of lost instructional time. So this section is going to key on specific interventions that address the impact of lost instructional time from last year's school closures. In this case, ESSER 3 requires a minimum of 20% of the total allocation to address lost instructional time. And finally, the third bucket is the use of remaining funds. So if there are remaining funds from ESSER 3 after the interventions planned to address safe in-person learning and lost instructional time, this is the section that we will describe those actions. So let's talk about engagement. As you know, there are several means in which LBUSD engages with the community to receive input during our planning process. For budget planning, the community budget engagement process has been very fruitful. There have been 3 main streams of input: surveys and thought exchanges, community forums, and district and community group meetings. We have focused on 3 guiding questions, and we seek input from the community on these 3 questions. What practices would be most effective in addressing academic support? What practices would be most effective in addressing social-emotional support? And what practices would be most effective in addressing student engagement and motivation? I'm sure those sound familiar to you because that's the themes that we've been using for the past year and a half-ish. These 3 questions have served us well to gain valuable input and recommendations for several of the plans that I've mentioned, resulting in the formation of interventions and activities that have been already included in the LCAP, the ELO, and other budget plans. And because of the nature of the multi-year budgets for ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, extending into the ESSER 3 window, the collection of many of the interventions and improvement recommendations from previous engagement activities will also be included in this ESSER 3 plan. In addition, we have deployed a thought exchange to continue this conversation. The current thought exchange has 1 question. As we continue to implement programs and supports identified in the LCAP, Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, and Extended Learning Opportunity Plan, what are additional supports that need to be considered? This thought exchange is currently open and found on the district's main page of the website, and we are still seeking input from the community. The outreach for the thought exchange use our means of district communication, including social media, school messenger, and of course the main page of the website. In addition, we emailed key stakeholder groups to get the word out to their memberships. And you can see those key groups that we emailed directly on the right. To date, the Thought Exchange has close to 400 recommendations entered and an exchange of around 6,000 ratings. Some of the top ratings so far include reducing class sizes, support for mental health issues, and adding art, music, and trades in courses. So, to our community members who are watching right now, I want to plug the Thought Exchange. Please visit the district website at lbschools.net and click on the tile just below the news section to add your thoughts and/or rate others' thoughts. Let me right now acknowledge Dr. Lucy Salazar for her leadership with the engagement activities of these projects, and I will turn it over to Yumi and Jill to speak about the connection to the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan and for next steps. Thank you.
Because so much of the ESSER 3 plan is encapsulated in the Learning Acceleration Support Plan, we just wanted to remind the community of the Learning Acceleration Support Plan, which is posted on our district website. And our next steps will be to finalize the thought exchange, review the data, and incorporate some of that feedback into the ESSER template, if needed, and then bring that plan back to you for adoption on the 20th. So we're happy to entertain any questions or feedback at this time.
Thank you, Yumi. Thank you, James. There's a lot to unpack here, so let me give my colleagues here a time to put together some thoughts. So bottom line for our community members, I love the plug there, James, is we need to hear from you. Our priorities are guided and defined by our community stakeholders and stakeholder groups, and how we use the different revenue streams, Yumi, really depends on the alignment with our Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, and then the pillars. Really. So we have an example that we talked about earlier in terms of our tutoring, right? And I think it's important, and I appreciate the way that the budget PowerPoint sheets explicitly state where the funding's coming from, what priority it aligns with. I think I'm trying to unpack that in terms of, I've received the notices. I appreciate the notices. I don't remember if they've been a combination of text messages, phone calls, and email, but I think I would say this, a similar thing to what I shared about our redistricting conversation. For a parent that's receiving these, I know we're limited in terms of characters with text, but it's hard for a parent. It's going to be hard for a parent to remember, oh, this has to do with X, Y, and Z. So even though a link can be pressed or a reference point to come back to the website, I think that's where the communication, right? And I'm counting on our community stakeholder groups, community organizations, right, to help with the reminder of what this is, right? Because if we're having a tough time sort of unpacking this, if we're getting reminders about thought exchange, I think it's challenging for our community members to, remember, figure out, okay, is this survey with the school or is this the district thing? And how does this work in terms of the budget and priorities? So I would just ask our team here to kind of think through what might make sense, to either lead with another communication before the text or the email, or attach it to something that can help folks make sense without it just being a link straight to the thought exchange. Again, it's an open-ended, how can we think through, if we want community engagement, educating and reminding our community members, this is what this is. Okay. So just thoughts, while I'm buying some time for my colleagues here to chime in.
Dr. Benitez, thank you for that. Absolutely, I agree. And we heard about a lot about the engagement from all three of these presentations. The one thing I will say, we strategically wanted to utilize the same questions that we have been talking about for the past year or two about budget engagement. And so that's why we're strategically trying to do that, to keep people's minds on, this is not just this small piece, and yes, we're talking about ESSER 3 right now, but this has an overwhelming or an overall budget piece that we want to keep consistent messaging. So I appreciate that.
And that's great, James, because I think that's where the reminder actually works, right? Because it's not a different thing, a different set of questions or a different format that we're talking about. So thank you for that. Board Member Kerr.
Yeah, just on that note, I appreciate the targeted outreach that you're doing to different community groups. I'm wondering, as we have families back on campus and picking up outside gates, if there's an opportunity perhaps to do a QR code with like a poster that says, hey, we're talking about budgeting, go to this. So as someone might be potentially waiting to pick up a child, they see another poster and they're like, that's right, I got that thing, but there's something like immediately that they could link to as they're outside waiting. I know not everybody, maybe there's one smartphone in a family for some folks, but it could be an opportunity as they're standing there to have somebody else to have a conversation. We know parents are doing that and caregivers outside gates these days. But utilizing the fact that they're on certain parts or outside of our campuses to remind folks that there's an opportunity for more engagement. That was just one thing. And I giggle because I think I saw a meme this week, just for some levity, that said, something like, I have to quit my job just to keep up with the notifications from my kids' school. And we know that we're inundating parents with a lot, and here's yet another place where we're asking for input. But it's really sincere in that it helps, as we saw earlier with the tutoring program, it makes a difference when we hear from our community groups. And this is one more way that we appreciate the engagement, even though sometimes it's a lot of notifications, but it really is a sincere effort to continue to keep folks in the process.
Anyone else?
Dr. Benitez, I just want to add a couple things. First of all, thank you, Ms. Takahashi and Mr. Suarez, for your presentation. I saw Ms. Arcus is here in the room with us as well. So there's a tracker. One of the slides that you have reflects that tracker by pillar. That has been updated, so it's a quarterly update on the district website for community members who just want to see how that spending is occurring. Just to simplify this plan, so this is a required plan set inside of a not required plan. So the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan is a comprehensive approach to the ways that we want to serve our students, with much of it with federal relief dollars. But just really important when you look at the slide about the COVID relief funds and that yellow band. If you can't see the yellow band, it's the dark area that's encapsulated towards the bottom. Many districts are having to spend their ESSER 3 funds already. And so part of what's a little bit complicated about approving a plan for right now that Long Beach Unified won't be spending potentially until 2023, it's a little bit confusing to the community because they're approving a plan that's part of a multi-year plan. That's because of good fiscal management in this district and the thinking of a longer-term investment to meet the needs of our students, not just a single-year investment. So I just want to call that out. It also speaks to the continuous cycle of budget and planning in our district. And I want to say that because sometimes there's a perception that when we're in the budget season in the spring with the LCAP and with the district budget, that's an event. For us, that there are required aspects of our budget planning, but budget planning and input from the community is a part of the way that we do our work. And so we'll continue to ask and we'll continue to refine our plans. We're going to have some really good monitoring data this year around the different aspects of the plan that will be used to make shifts and make adjustments. As we see data coming in, we can make those on a continuous basis. So thank you for those who have given input. It's not over and there's plenty of opportunities to continue. I'll also say that through, and Dr. Benitez, you named this, through committees like DLAC and DCAC, those committees feed into the Equity, Engagement, and Partnerships Office. And so that voice is brought through that, not just by participating in a survey. It's also something that our level offices bring the voice of schools, our Office of Curriculum Instruction and Student Support Services, all have committees that influence and have different kinds of data, quantitative and qualitative data that's brought in to our decision-making processes.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. And I really love Board Member Kerr's idea around utilizing our school sites right now, because things stand out a lot more because there aren't a lot of things up and around school. So I think things would stand out, right? Even if it's a QR code with a poster. I'm thinking also, Renee, I'm always thinking about the income verification, right? That would be another cool thing as folks are re-experiencing our campuses, that there isn't as much in terms of activities, signage, posters that are there oftentimes, and then we walk by and we don't pay attention. I think folks would pay attention right now if they saw things at our school sites. Yeah, thank you for that.
And also just to, excuse me, add, as part of our celebrations and our little peeks into different opportunities throughout the district, we know we have graphic artists that we can make use of. So we have the capability to take care of these things in-house. We don't even have to contract out for that.
Thank you. Let's go into our business items, folks. Let's start off with our certificated personnel report.
All right, so certificated personnel. I present the following proposed actions prepared by the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resource Services and approved and recommended by the Superintendent. Appointments, 49. In-service changes, 104. Leaves of absence, 4. Resignations, 2. Retirements, 2. This is for certificated personnel.
Can we get a motion, please?
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. It's rare that I have a discussion about this one, but one of the people on this list is someone who worked at Bixby for 34 years, and I was a Beaver, so I know this person very well, and Mr. Ash. He's retiring, and I'm actually really, really good friends with his son because we met at Bixby, and coincidentally, I met him on the bike path on Sunday, and he was telling me that he had officially retired. So it's kind of exciting, man. Mr. Ash was an important part of that community. I think that we often have spoken to the impact that teachers have on our students. We've spoken to the importance of creating experiences, but it's also those classified staff as well that build a relationship. And I can remember Mr. Ash opening up there's like a little holder for all the balls and stuff there. So he'd be the one that opened it up for us, and he'd participate in kickball with us. So it's kind of cool to see that he's finally retiring. So I'm happy for him.
Big shout out to Mr. Ash and our other retirees, Mr. Miller. Further discussion? Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0, sorry. Next item, classified personnel report.
I present the following proposed actions prepared by the Superintendent of Human Resource Services and approved and recommended by the Superintendent. Classified and exempt personnel. Appointments, 122. Leaves of absence, 23. Abandonment, 2. Separation or deceased, 1. Resignations, 35. Retirement, 6. Amendments, 2.
Can I get a motion, please?
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Oh, and I recognize I jumped the gun on classified personnel, but I just got really excited. My apologies.
I think we're good. We're right there with you, Mr. Miller. It's been a long evening. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0. Board authorizations.
Move approval.
Second.
Can we get a little background on this, Dr. Baker? I don't see Mr. Zaid. Actually, I know where Mr. Zaid is at. We saw him earlier.
So these are authorizations for teachers who teach a different subject matter but are authorized to teach in the subject matter that you see on this report. And so you're approving their authorization.
Yeah, to be able to teach subjects outside of their degree area,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Yeah. Thank
Their
you.
credentialed area.
The credential area, sorry. Any other questions or discussion? Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0. Coaching assignments.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion. Let me take a vote here. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0. Instruction report.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
I was struck by, under this number 1, the approved supplemental English language or secondary level text. And it says, building on our existing strengths and skills in intellectual development, the recommended books fill the need for a curriculum to amplify identity, criticality, and joy. And I thought, how do you measure that? I'm not sure. Is there a happiness measure?
Let's see, smile, and I'll tell you, Mr. Otto.
I can't, I'm wearing a mask. I get it.
Any further discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. Mr. Miller? how do you
Aye.
vote? Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that also passes 5-0. Finance Report A.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0. Finance Report B.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Dr. Benitez, I recuse myself from participation in Finance Report B on the consent calendar. I have a potential financial interest under Government Code 1091 and 87100. My husband works for a subcontractor who has done work for the payees.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Any further discussion? Let's take a vote. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Business Department Report.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out Jordan High School for a winning project. It was an international competition, and they placed third worldwide and received $10,000 for materials and supplies. They created an app to help design STEM-based solutions to mobility challenges in their community. Challenges compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic. So shout out to our Ames students who will be awarded funding that will help with materials and supplies for their clinical lab.
And didn't I see a picture of Jordan students with these Otis gloves on?
That was in the last report, I think, yes.
And I thought, what is that? I was going to ask you, what is the Otis partnership?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll find
Okay.
I think he just challenged Board Member Kerr, and she's up to the challenge, Mr. Otto.
She will know that before we leave, I'm sure.
Any further discussion? Let me take a vote here. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0. Purchasing and contracts report.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion. Okay, we'll take a vote. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that also passes 5-0. Superintendent's item, school discipline, Dr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. As representative from Student Placement Services, I'm recommending expulsion of the following students from schools within the district, and I'll take these one at a time. Student number 5337. This student would be expelled under Education Code 48915C and would not be eligible to reapply for readmission because the student is a senior.
Move approval?
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that one passes 5-0.
Thank you. The second is student number 4206. This student would be expelled under Education Code 48900.7. The student's interdistrict transfer permit has been revoked for the remainder of the 2021-2022 school year.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that one also passes 5-0. Unfinished, anything else, Dr. Baker?
No, thank you.
Unfinished business, we have none. New business, resolution number 100621-A, designating general counsel as senior management of the classified service.
Move approval?
Second.
Discussion. Dr. Baker, can you provide a little information on this
Sure.
item?
Sure. So this position is one of 5 positions that are available for us to designate, or for you to designate, as senior staff in the district. It is your approval of this allows us to recruit for a general counsel position that would be an employee of the school district. That general counsel position would manage legal services in the district and provide general counsel to the Board of Education and to staff.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I would just like to know if there's a financial benefit to us making this move.
So we anticipate a financial benefit. The amount of that benefit is to be determined. We currently contract with 20-plus law firms. And so the role of general counsel as an employee of the district would be to manage the interaction with all of those law firms and to provide general counsel. So it's an amount to be determined. It's also subject to what's going on at the time in terms of the district's legal standing. And so it's hard to make a discrete estimate.
Any further discussion? Let's take a vote. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that item passes 5-0. Quick question on timeline regarding that, Dr. Baker. When does that, what are our plans in terms of timeline for that?
Sorry. We'll be working with Personnel Commission to essentially fly the position and recruit for the position. It should be open about 3 to 4 weeks, and then we'll have the interview process as well. So we should be back in a month and a half to 2 months with the candidate, and we will be bringing forth a contract for this position.
Thank you, Ms. Takahashi. Next item, resolution number 100621-B, authorizing and ratifying emergency water leak remediation work at Wilson High School.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion.
Sounds important.
Sounds like it
Yeah.
needs to be done, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me, are we authorizing the leak?
No.
We need a good plumber, Mr. Otto. Do you know one? Any discussion? Okay, let me take a vote here. Mr. Miller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Ms. Craighead?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so that passes 5-0. Report of board members. Let's start with Mr. Miller tonight.
All right, I'll keep mine light as it's been a long night already. I got an opportunity to go to the Poly homecoming game last Friday versus Wilson, and got to be part of the coin toss, and I just really, really enjoyed myself. Not only was it a great environment, it was a butt kicking, to say the least, to your Bruins, Mr. Otto. And I think the highlight for me, coincidentally, was actually the choir that performed the national anthem. That Poly's choir, ran by Brian, is just knock your socks off amazing. So it was really, really cool.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Kerr?
I'll be very brief. Otis Worldwide Corporation sponsored the event, and 14 schools across 9 countries appreciate the assist, Mr. Cambrino, on that. I just want to thank the public for being with us tonight for all different reasons, but to bring our community here together, and I look forward to being in community with you out there somewhere soon, but thank you for being with us.
Ms. Craighead?
Thank you. I'm going to use my time tonight to express my condolences to the family and friends of Mona Rodriguez. My heart goes out to the Milliken community and to all of those touched by this tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craighead. Mr. Otto?
Yeah, it's obvious that we are all thinking about, excuse me, Ms. Rodriguez and the events of the last 2 weeks. We have been through an incredible time in the last 18 months. There's been the pandemic. Kids are not in school. We're not sure what's going to happen. There's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of fear. Businesses in town are down. We don't know what the economy is going to look like. And now this happens, this sad, tragic death of a former student, and a lot of outrage in the community. And there's a lot of people that are saying, you know, no guns on campus, no community safety officers, or get rid of all that, no weapons of any kind whatsoever. And yet, I don't know the actual numbers, but I know that in Long Beach, and I believe that in the schools, crime has gone up in the last year, that we need to have a way to keep our kids safe, and that very well may include the kinds of things we've been doing in the past with our safety officers. We made a decision, or a decision was made, I think, before I got here, that we would no longer have guns on campus, that the school safety officers would have weapons, but they wouldn't go on campus with the guns. And I think there was very little publicity given that for obvious reasons. But these are tough questions. These are questions that make our values with celebrating, cherishing our students, and keeping our students safe, whether it is in a pandemic or whether it's from fighting at school or other things, difficult. So I think what we saw tonight was relatively one-sided, that this is something that we're going to have to think about very carefully with data and good thinking about what the way to keep our kids safe is, and at the same time listen to our community, which we began to do tonight. I don't think this is the end of it. so that we can come together to figure out what the best way to do the safety thing is for our students. And I'm looking forward to being engaged that way, to be able to talk to people in the community, to talk to one another up here, to talk to our senior staff about what are the reasons what are the things that we have to do to keep this being the great district that it is. And this is a particularly difficult one, and there will be other ones. But we've got a great tradition here of working together. I was, just looking at the items of business today were just extraordinary in terms of the things that we accomplish. But this is obviously job one. We talk about it all the time. How to keep kids safe, how to make them successful. And I just wanted to remind everybody that safety is not just about masks and vaccinations. It's about all kinds of things, and it's still our job. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. And I too want to express my appreciation to everyone that came out to our board meeting today, everyone that provided public comments for us. Our positions here, our roles here are really based on this foundational piece of civic engagement, of public participation at our meetings. So we need to keep hearing from our community members. As I expressed earlier today, our decisions are guided by our community. So just want to keep reminding folks to stay engaged, stay vigilant, and keep participating so that we can have a better district for everyone. I also want to reiterate my condolences to the Rodriguez family, to their loved ones, their friends, on behalf of our entire board and our entire district. Our hearts go out to the family and loved ones. And we also feel a lot of sadness for this terrible tragedy last week. This is a time for our district to uphold our longstanding value around how our employees interactions with any community member, any student, any family member should be defined. And it should be defined by, very clearly, mutual respect, support, and caring for one another. So this is a time for us to step up as a district. I know that our board is committed to that. I know that our entire team is committed to that. We will engage in critical discussions, formal spaces. We are committed to listening, but to also proactively take action and engage in difficult conversations about what Mr. Otto alluded to, rethinking. Yes, there's a review process here, what we're doing, what can we do better, but it's also about reimagining, re-envisioning, rethinking, and redefining what we mean by school safety and what that looks like and what that entails. And so it is important for our community members to stay engaged. It is important for our community members to keep holding us accountable to our values. And it is important for us to reflect that when we engage, that also looks differently for everyone, but our intentions are the same, the well-being of all of our students, families, and communities. So it's an important call to action for all of us to take this tragic incident and use it as an opportunity for us to be better and do better. So thank you to everyone tonight. Superintendent report.
Dr. Benitez, on that note, I'd like to just hand back to you without a report. I had an opportunity to speak with the media before the board meeting and to share our decision, your decision, on behalf of the board and myself and the organization. And so I don't have an additional report. I want to hand back the time to you to close on behalf of our entire team and the Board of Education.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our board members to forgo announcements tonight, and that we adjourn out of respect to Mona Rodriguez and her family and loved ones. Good night, everyone. Thank you.